Hey everyone, welcome to our supply chain management full course. Guys, every product you have ever bought has traveled an incredible journey to reach it to you. From raw materials in factory to the moment you unbox your purchase. There's an entire system working behind the scenes to make it happen. But here's what's exciting. The entire industry is going through a digital revolution. Companies that master modern supply chain technology are crushing their competition by delivering faster and also cheaper and more efficiently than ever before. Smart software and cutting edge systems are transforming how products need people to understand this new landscape. In this comprehensive course, you will discover the secrets that make supply chain actually work. We will show you how products flow from creation to customer and why some companies can deliver in hours while other takes weeks. Plus, we'll also teach you Scrum methodology, the project management approach that's revolutionizing how teams work together. So guys, whether you are starting from scratch or looking to advance your career, this course gives you the modern supply chain skills that employers desperately need. And also guys, if you're ready to supercharge your career, then Digital Supply Chain Management certification from SP Jain School of Global Management and Simplilearn is your gateway to mastering hottest skill in AI and IoT. All just in 6 months online and guided by the top industry expert. This isn't your average course. It's a hands-on journey where you'll work on real-world projects like using AI to predict demand and building smart contracts with blockchain. You'll also earn a powerful certificate from globally ranked institution. With companies like Amazon, IBM, and Accenture on the hunt for these skills, this is a time to act now. Apply today and take the leap into the digital future of supply chain.
In today's video, we will talk about something that impacts pretty much everything we use or consume daily. Supply chain management. You might be thinking, what is that all about? Well, stick to me and you will just see how crucial it is. Back in early 1900, Henry Ford and his team at the Ford Motor Company were dealing with a massive challenge. As demand for their cars went through the roof, they realized they needed a better way to coordinate all the different suppliers, manufacturers, and distributors involved in getting those vehicles made and delivered to customers. I mean, you can imagine trying to keep a track of thousands of different parts and materials coming in from all sorts of suppliers. It was a total nightmare. That's when this light bulb moment happened, and they came up with the concept of supply chain management. Ford's crew developed strategies to integrate and coordinate every stage of the production process, from sourcing the raw materials to assembling the cars and finally distributing them to dealerships and customers. By putting these supply chain management practices in place, they were able to slash production cost, ramp up efficiency, and meet the insane demand for Ford's iconic rides. This was a game-changing stuff, and it paved the way for supply chain management to become a widespread practice across all kinds of industries. Fast forward to today, and effective supply chain management is absolutely crucial in the hyper-competitive business world. Whether you're a massive multinational corporation or a local one, every business faces challenges in managing that intricate web of suppliers, manufacturers, logistics, and customer demands. Supply chain management provides solutions to those challenges by streamlining processes, cutting down on waste, and ensuring that products and services are delivered to customers in a timely and cost-effective manner. It takes a lot of manual work to improve communication between all the different players involved and give you a serious competitive edge in today's ever-changing marketplace. Supply chain management is the unsung hero that keeps our modern economy ticking, delivering the goods and services we rely on in and day out. In today's video, we are going to dive deep into the world of supply chain management. I will break down the fundamental concepts, components, and strategies, and we will look at the real-world examples of businesses that are killing it with their supply chain management practices. You will see companies across all kinds of industries are leveraging this powerful discipline to drive growth, boost efficiency, and keep their customers satisfied. Alright, so buckle up and prepare to immerse yourself in the realm of supply chain management. I'll be breaking down everything you need to know. What is supply chain? Let's start with the basics. A supply chain is a well-coordinated network of people, companies, resources, activities, and high-tech systems. All of them are working together to create and deliver products and services to customers. It covers everything from sourcing the raw materials to getting the finished product into the hands of the buyer. The key players are the suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, retailers, and of course, the customers. Let us now talk about the salary. The people in charge of overseeing and managing the entire complicated supply and demand process are called supply chain management professionals. These folk are the masterminds, the experts who make sure everything runs smoothly from start to finish. Companies realize how important and valuable these supply chain management experts are. That's why they pay them really good money. The salary ranges typically falls between $110,000 to $141,000 per year, or even more. Their special skills in keeping products and services moving efficiently from suppliers to customers are highly prized. One of the reasons behind getting big bucks is that the companies heavily rely on their expertise to choreograph and coordinate all the complex moving pieces involved in getting stuff made and delivered without any hiccups. They are paid top dollar to be the mastermind behind the scenes, making it work smoothly. Now that we have discussed what supply chain management is and how valuable these supply chain management professionals are, we will talk about how supply chain management has evolved over time. Now, the concept of supply and demand has been around for ages, but it wasn't until the early 1900s that people really started thinking maybe we can do this better. Then came along brilliant minds like the legendary Henry Ford, who looked at the inefficiencies and waste in production lines and said, there's got to be a better way. The cool ideas kicked off what we call now modern supply chain management. They figured out how to make things run smoother and trimmed off all the unnecessary stuff, setting the stage for how supply chain work like a well-oiled machine today. So why does effective supply chain management matter? With supply chains becoming increasingly complex operations, the advantages of having an effectively managed system started becoming extremely apparent. Let's now discuss about the advantages of having supply chain management. Well, for businesses, it's a game changer. It allows them to optimize their process, reduce cost, and improve the efficiency. With a well-managed supply chain, companies can deliver products to customers faster and more reliably, gaining a competitive edge in the market. But it's not just businesses that benefit. Supply chain management also plays a crucial role in driving economies forward, ensuring the smooth flow of goods and services, which creates value for customers and fosters economic growth. Speaking of economic growth, let's delve deeper into the role of supply chain management in the economy. Think of it as the backbone of commerce. A well-functioning supply chain keeps prices stable, prevents shortages, and promotes innovation. Moreover, supply chain management encourages collaboration and communication across industries, leading to development of new technologies and practices. It's a key driver of progress on both local and global scale. Now that we have understood the importance of supply chain management, let's take a closer look at how it actually works. Supply chain management is like a chain of interconnected processes. It starts with procurement, where companies source all the raw materials and supplies they need from the suppliers. Next up, we have manufacturing, which transforms those raw materials into finished products. From there, the made-to-order goods get distributed through an entire network of warehouses and transportation channels until they finally reach their destination. Retailers and customers throughout the whole journey, effective inventory management, demand forecasting, and smart logistics are crucial components that keeps everything running smoothly. So let's break it down further. The 5 stages. No matter what type, most supply chains can be broadly divided into the 5 key stages. Planning. This is where the smart folks predict how much stuff people will want, make plans, and decide what things they'll need. Next up, we have sourcing. They identify suppliers, negotiate contracts, and procure all the necessary materials and services. Manufacturing, whether it's towels or automobiles, this is the stage where raw materials get transformed into finished products through manufacturing runs and strictly quality control. Next, we have delivery. With products made, the stage focuses on transportation, warehousing, and distributing those goods to retailers and customers. Returns, and finally, there's got to be a system for handling product returns, repairs, reconditioning and recycling, or disposing of unwanted stuff. Reverse logistics in action. Now that we have outlined the fundamental stages of supply chain, it's important to recognize that they come in various shapes and sizes to suit different needs. Let's delve into the different types. Types of supply chain. Supply chains can actually be categorized into different types based on the special structure and overarching purpose. At first, we have continuous or lean supply chains. As you might guess, these are the dead set on minimizing waste and maximizing efficiency through scorched earth lean practices. You'll see a lot of these in manufacturing. Next, agile supply chains, designed to be super nimble and responsive, rapidly evolving customer needs and preferences. Agility is the key in fast paced industries like fashion retail. Next, we have sustainable supply chains. With an emphasis on environmental responsibility, these supply chains prioritize ethical sourcing, sustainable practices, and minimizing ecological impact. Next, we have humanitarian supply chains. Rather than commercial products, these supply chains operations are focused on delivering life-saving aid, supplies, and relief efforts during emergencies and natural disaster worldwide. To better illustrate how a basic supply chain function, let us look at the journey of the common product we are familiar with. We will now look into a basic supply chain example. Let's look at the journey of a smartphone from start to finish. The raw materials like metals and plastic are sourced from suppliers across the globe. Those materials then get transported to manufacturing facilities where the components are assembled into the smartphones. Once those finished phones roll off the line, they get distributed through networks or warehouses and retailers until finally landing in stores and customers' hands through various sales channels. Behind the scenes, there's an intricate web of information like orders and inventory levels that facilitates each step. With that example providing a clear picture, let's transition into discussing the different strategies businesses employ for supply chain management. Strategies and examples. Different businesses employ supply chain management strategies based on their unique needs and goals. Some common approaches include just-in-time. This strategy focuses on minimizing inventory levels by receiving materials or products just as they are needed. Manufacturers like Toyota often use JIT to reduce storage, cost, and waste. Lean supply chain. This strategy is all about eliminating waste and optimizing processes for maximum efficiency. Companies like Dell have successfully implemented lean supply chain principles. Then we have agile supply chain. This strategy is designed to respond quickly to changing market demands and customer preferences. Fashion retailers often adopt agile supply chain strategies to keep up with the trends. By implementing these strategies, we can achieve remarkable supply chain agility, enabling the company to consistently deliver innovative products to consumers worldwide. In summary, supply chain management is very important for keeping goods flowing smoothly from producers to consumers. Understanding its basic helps businesses cut costs and improve customer satisfaction.
If you're looking to upgrade your career and break into one of the fastest growing fields today, you don't need to quit your job or go back to college. With the Digital Supply Chain Management certification from SPG School of Global Management and Simplilearn, you can learn cutting-edge skills like AI, IoT, automation, and blockchain all in just 6 months. Completely online and guided by top industry experts. This is more than just a course. It's your launchpad into the digital future of supply chain. Let's face it, supply chains have changed a lot today. It's not just about managing warehouses or tracking shipments. It's about using AI, automation, IoT, and even blockchain to run smarter, faster, and more sustainable operations. This course helps you master all of that from the basics to the most advanced digital tools all in just 6 months. Completely online and designed to fit your work schedule. Now, why SPJ? Because this is a globally ranked school 7 in APAC by Bloomberg Business Week, and their faculty are not just teachers, they are industry leaders. You'll attend live interactive classes led by experts who have worked with companies like Holcim, Otis, ACG, and more. Plus, you'll get a certificate from SPG and Simplilearn, a powerful addition to your resume. Let's talk about what will you actually learn. This course kicks off with a complete refresher on supply chain basics, things like supply planning, logistics, and business architecture. Then it dives into the good stuff, AI and machine learning in supply chains. How to use IoT to improve tracking. The power of blockchain for better transparency, building green and sustainable supply networks, and tools like SAP, Flowlu, OpenLCA, and MetaMask. It's real-world, industry-ready training, not just slides and theory. Let's talk about the projects and the case studies. So here's the best part. This program is hands-on. You get to work on 25 plus case studies and 7 big projects based on actual business problems. You'll do things like use AI to predict demand and reduce stockouts, build smart contracts on blockchain to manage shipping, use RP and chatbots to fix issues in procurement, and even study the environmental impact of packaging. All of this builds up to a capstone project where you apply everything you have learned, just like you would do in a real job. And you're not alone in this journey. You'll be guided by expert trainers who have worked in global supply chains, led digital transformation projects, and helped top companies solve real-world problems using technology. These aren't just academics, they are professionals with years of hands-on experience in procurement, logistics, and AI-led supply chain strategies. So everything you learn is based on what actually works in the real world. Let's talk about where this course can take you. So after completing this program, learners have reported up to 300% salary hikes, and there are over 50,000 open roles in digital supply chain management right now. Companies like Amazon, IBM, Accenture, HP, Oyo, Capgemini, they all are hiring professionals with exactly these skills. The global supply chain tech market is growing at 11.7% every year and is expected to reach $63 billion by 2032. And that's huge. Are you worried about timing or falling behind? Don't be. Miss a class, you can watch the recording. If you're stuck on project, you can join a mentor session. You'll also be a part of a learner group on Slack and have a dedicated cohort manager to support you every step of the way. This course is perfect if you have 3+ years of experience in supply chain management or logistics. Want to move into digital or tech-driven supply chain roles, love solving real-world problems using data and automation, or want to stand out in your company with in-demand skills? Then you don't need any coding experience. Just bring your curiosity and willingness to grow. Let's talk about the admission process. Well, the admission process is very simple. Just fill out a short application form, get shortlisted by the admissions panel, confirm your seat, and start learning. The program starts soon and with only a limited number of seats in each batch. I would recommend applying today. To sum it all up, this course gives you expert training, practical tools, and a strong certificate and the skills to lead digital supply chains, exactly what companies are hiring right now. So if you're ready to take that big step in your career, click the link below to learn more and apply. The future of supply chain management is digital, so let's make sure you're ready for it. Pause for a second and picture this. You are at your favorite cafe and the barista knows you by name. You order your usual cappuccino for 180 rupees and it feels like a small transaction. But for the cafe owner, it's much more than that. Over time, your regular visits can add up to thousands of rupees. So that 180 rupees isn't just about the cost of the drink. It's about the long-term value of your relationship with the cafe. Now, this concept is at the core of customer lifetime value. It's the total revenue or profit a business expects from a single customer over the entire duration of their relationship. So in today's video, I will explain you everything you need to know, and here's what we're going to cover. First, we'll have a look at the introduction to CLV, understand what customer lifetime value is, why thinking about a customer's total value over time matters more than single sales. Why CLV matters. We'll see how CLV guides decisions on marketing, pricing, loyalty programs, and retention strategies. We'll also look at the CLV formulas. We'll learn the key formulas in retail, subscription. Then we'll look at the real-world examples. We'll see how customer lifetime value in action with a cafe, a SaaS tool, and a D2C brand to understand profitable decisions. We'll also have a look at the key inputs that affect CLV. Then we'll see difference between historical versus predictive customer lifetime value. We'll also discover practical ways to improve CLV. And then we'll finish with an action plan, a very simple step-by-step plan to measure and grow CLV in your business today. Now, before we move on, here's a quick quiz question for you. Which customer is likely more valuable over time? Your options are someone who buys a 50,000 rupees gadget once, or someone who spends 1,000 every month for 4 years, or someone who buys rarely but refers 5 paying friends, or someone who buys often but only when there's a heavy discount. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. Now, let me explain what customer lifetime value actually is. Now, customer lifetime value is the estimated total revenue, or better yet, the total profit potential you can expect from a single customer over the full course of your relationship with them. Now, instead of asking, how much did we make today? CLV teaches you to ask, how much will this customer be worth to us over months? Or that one question changes your marketing budgets, your discounting decisions, your product roadmap, your support, priorities, your retention playbook, and everything. If you have ever wondered how much should we spend to acquire a customer, or should we offer a loyalty program or not, or is this discount helping or hurting in the long run, then customer lifetime value is the number that answers those. To make things practical, let's step into 3 different businesses and watch how steer real decisions. Let me give you a story explanation of Mira's Cafe Retail. Meet Mira, who runs a neighborhood cafe. Now her customer drops by 3 times a week and spends about 180 rupees each visit. Now for months, Meera has treated every sale as a small win. But today, she asks a bigger question. Over the full relationship, what is Arjun worth to my cafe? 3 visits a week, roughly 156 visits a year at 180 rupees per visit. That's around 28,080 rupees per year. Now, if Arjun stays loyal for 3 years, that's about 84,000 rupees in revenue from one person. And suddenly, Mira's marketing feels different. A small local ad or a free muffin to keep Arjun happy doesn't look like a cost. It looks like a smart investment in an 84,000 rupees relationship. Now let's look at the second story example, which is Karan's tool subscription business. Now Karan runs a SaaS tool that charges 1,200 rupees every month for a subscription. His question is very simple. How much can I spend to get a new customer and still make a profit? Let me break it down for you. First, we look at gross margin. Now, Karan's business keeps 80% of the money it makes after covering cost. So, for every 1,200 rupees a customer pays, Karan keeps 960 rupees as profit. Then we look at the churn rate. So, here, this is how many customers leave the services every month. His churn rate is 3%, meaning 3% of his customers leave every month. To calculate how long a customer stays, we use the formula 1 plus churn rate. So if the churn rate is 3%, the customer stays for about 33 months, which is 1 divided by 0.03 equals to 33 months. Next, we look at the lifetime value. Now, we multiply Karan's monthly profit by how long a customer stays. Here, monthly profit is equals to 960 rupees, which is a gross margin. The customer lifespan is around 33 months. So the total lifetime value is 960 rupees into 33, which is around 32,000 rupees. This means over 33 months, Karan can expect to earn 32,000 rupees in profit from each customer. Next up, we'll look at customer cost, CAC. Now, Karan spends 9,000 rupees to acquire each new customer. The key is knowing when the customer will start paying back that investment. So here comes the term payback period. Karan can recover his 9,000 rupees in just under a year because his customer will bring in 960 rupees per month in profit. That's a good sign. Next, we'll see the LTV CAC ratio, which is the lifetime value customer acquisition cost ratio. This is a key metric. Now, Karan's LTV, which is 32,000 rupees, is divided by the CAC, which is around 9,000 rupees, gives him a ratio of about 3:5:1. This means for every 1 rupees he spends to acquire a customer, he gets around 3.50 back in profit. Well, above the recommended 3:1 ratio. Now, Karan knows he can confidently invest in growing his customers' base. Finally, we have Sana, who runs a D2C skincare brand. Her customers don't subscribe, they reorder when they need to. Purchases are irregular and some customers go quiet for months. Now, instead of averaging everyone together, which hides reality, Sana uses predictive CLV to forecast how many more orders each customer is likely to place and at what average value. That lets her segment smartly, nurture likely long-term loyalties with education and bundles, while reactivating at-risk customers with time-driven prompts rather than blanket discounts. Let's move on and understand each formula in more detail before starting the calculation. So here we have how do we calculate the customer lifetime value calculation? Well, in a simple way, to calculate CLV, we've got three key factors. The first one over here is basic retail CLV formula. Next two I'll show you later. So what happens in basic retail CLV formula? Here, CLV is equals to average order value into purchase frequency multiplied by customer's lifespan. I know you might be confused now that what each term actually means. Don't worry, I'll explain you each term step by step. First up, we've got average order value. Now, this is the average amount a customer spends each time when they make a purchase. Let's say, for example, if a customer spends 500 rupees per visit, the average order value is 500 rupees. Next, we've got purchase frequency. That is how often a customer buys from you over a year. Example, if a customer buys twice a month, the frequency is 24 purchases per year, that is 12 months into 2 purchases. Then we've got customer lifespan, that is how long the customer stays with your business. For example, if a customer stays for 3 years, the lifespan is 3 years. And if a customer spends 500 rupees per visit, buys twice a month and stays for 3 years, then the CLV formula is 500 into 24 into 3, which is around 36,000 rupees in revenue over the next 3 years. At number 2, we've got margin adjusted CLV, which is the profit based CLV. Let's make the CLV more accurate by considering gross margin. Revenue and profit are different. Gross margin tells us how much profit is after covering the cost of delivering the product. So gross margin is the percentage of sales that is profit after subtracting the cost of goods sold. Let's say, for example, if your gross margin is 60%, it means for every 100 rupees spent in sales, 60 rupees is the profit. Now, adjust the CLV to reflect profit using the formula margin adjusted CLV is equals to CLV into gross margin percentage. For example, if your CLV is 36,000 rupees and your gross margin is 60%, the margin adjusted CLV is 36,000 rupees into 0.60, which is around 21,600 rupees, and this is the profit you expect from that customer over 3 years. Now talking about why margin adjusted is important. While the basic CLV gives you an idea of how much revenue the customer will bring, the margin adjusted CLV will give you the actual profit. So instead of just looking at sales, which is the revenue, you should focus on profit to understand the real value of the customer. Next up, we've got SaaS model, that is the subscription CLV. In subscription businesses, the formula changes a little. Here's how. At first, you have got customer lifetime value. Now here the formula is average revenue per user, which is the ARPU, into gross margin percentage divided by the churn rate. Now here the ARPU stands for average revenue per user, the average amount a customer pays monthly. For example, if a customer pays 1200 rupees per month for a service, the ARPU is 1200 rupees. Churn rate is the percentage of customers who leave each month. So again, 3% of customers leave each month. For example, if the ARPU is 1200, gross margin is 80%, churn rate is 3%, then we calculate LTV as 1200 rupees into 0.80 divided by 0.03, which is around 32,000 rupees. This means the CLV for customer is 32,000 rupees, considering profit and the churn rate. Next, we'll see the key inputs that affect CLV. Here's how you can improve your CLV. The first one on the list is AOV, which is average order value. You can increase average order value by offering bundles or premium versions. Let's say, for example, cappuccino plus croissant or basic plan upgraded to pro plan. Then we've got purchase frequency. You can encourage more frequent purchases through habit loops, reminders, or subscription. At number 3, we have customer lifespan retention. Retaining customers longer increases your customer lifetime value, even reducing churn rate from 4% to 3% monthly, and it can significantly increase the customer's lifetime. Gross margin. Always focus on profit margin rather than just revenue to get an accurate picture of CLV. So, in summary, basic customer lifetime value is average order value into purchase frequency into customer lifespan, and this is the revenue CLV. Now, by understanding CLV and margin adjusted CLV, you can make smarter decisions about customer acquisition, retention strategies, and marketing budgets. The key takeaway is that while revenue is important, profit via gross margin is what truly drives your business growth. Let's look at the important point now, which is the historical customer lifetime value versus predictive. So in historical customer lifetime value, you need to pass spend over a set of period, whereas in the case of predictive customer lifetime value, it can forecast future spend and frequency. Now, historical customer lifetime value works best for stable and repeat behavior, whereas in the case of predictive, it fits irregular or seasonal purchases. Now, historical CLV is very simple and quick to compute, whereas predictive learns patterns to predict value. Now, historical CLV is limited for CAC planning, whereas predictive guides CAC, payback, and growth strategy as well. Now that we have understood the difference between historical versus predictive, let's move on and understand how to actually raise your CLV. Nail the first impression. Onboarding and first use success matters the most. The faster customers see real value, the longer they stick around. Next up, we've got turn value into habit, make repeat purchases effortless, subscription for essentials, smart reminders tied to real usage, or complete the set bundles that feel like a favor, not a push. Third one is guiding the journey. The cafe regular who loves cappuccino, introduce them to a seasonal special. A SaaS team hitting a usage milestone, offer a timely pro upgrade. Skincare buyer shares science-backed tips to build trust between purchases. The next one is spot churn early. Look for red flags, fewer logins, smaller basket, lower engagement, and act fast with education, support, or personalized nudges that solve the root problem. So guys, this is how you can actually raise your customer lifetime value. One more important thing I'm going to say is how you can actually create your CLV action plan. So the first step would be picking up the right model, which is like subscriptions and retails. In subscription, you've got LTV, ARPU rates, gross margin divided by churn. This is a formula which you follow. In retail and D2C, you've got formulas like CLV, AOV into frequency, into lifespan. Step 2 is focusing on retention and average order value. Here, retention will improve with onboarding and AOV will offer smart bundles or upsells to raise basket size. The third step is tracking the right metrics, the churn rate, purchase frequency, AOV, and margin review weekly by cohort and channel. Now, this is the plan. Now, in order to receive success in your customer lifetime value, make sure you follow these steps. And there you have it, guys, customer lifetime value in action. By understanding how much each customer is worth over time, you will be able to make smarter decisions in marketing, retention, and pricing strategies. Now, it's time to start calculating CLV in your own business. Track metrics, implement retention strategies, and test ways to increase AOV, because when you master CLV, every other growth metric starts to fall in place.
Hello and welcome to Introduction to Supply Chain Management course. In this course, we will learn how product move from raw materials to customers' hands and everything that happens in between. Whether you are a student, a budding entrepreneur, or a professional looking to sharpen your business acumen. So this course will help you understand the building blocks of how modern supply chains operate. So we will begin with the supply chain basics and the key players. You will get familiar with what a supply chain is, the flow of goods and information, and who is the key stakeholders from suppliers and manufacturers to distributors and retailers. Next, we will dive into inventory, procurement, and sourcing. This module covers how businesses manage stocks efficiently, where they buy materials from, and how strategic sourcing decisions can make or break profitably. In the supply chain logistic and flow, we will explore the journey goods take, including transportation, warehousing, distribution centers, and how logistic decisions impact cost, speed, and customer satisfaction. Finally, we will wrap up with the technology challenges and the future trends, from automation and AI to sustainability and global disruption. This module will help you understand the dynamic forces shaping the future of supply chain. Throughout the course, we will use real-world examples and practical frameworks to keep things relevant and actionable. By the end, you will walk away with a solid understanding of how supply chain work and why they are vital to businesses and economies around the world. So let's get started on this journey through the world of supply chain management. So let's jump to the what is supply chain management. A supply chain is like a network that provides facilities and options like distribution, which performs operations like procurement of material, the transformation of these materials to specific intermediates, and after finished products, and the distribution procedure starts distributing respective products to the customer. So there are some key points regarding the supply chain. Like in the previous times, all the organizations like marketing, distribution, planning, manufacturing, and purchasing organizations work independently along the supply chain. The second is organizations have their independent objectives, which are sometimes conflicting also. The third one is to work in an efficient manner. There arises a need through which these different functions are able to integrate together. Fourth one is therefore supply chain management is a strategy that came into arising through which such integration can be achieved. So after understanding what is supply chain management, let's move on to key components of supply chain. The first one is suppliers. Suppliers are the foundation of the supply chain. They provide the essential raw material, components, and services needed to create finished products. These inputs could range from basic raw materials like metals, plastic, or fabrics to specialized parts or sub-assemblies. The reliability, quality, and timelessness of suppliers directly impact the efficiency and the success of entire supply chain. The second comes manufacturers. Manufacturers take the raw materials and components supplied and transform them into finished goods through various production processes. This involves activities such as assembly, machine, quality control, and packaging. Manufacturers play a critical role in adding value by converting inputs into products that meet customer specification and quality standards. The third one is warehouses. Warehouses act as storage points within the supply chain. They hold materials, intermediate products, and finished goods until they are needed further along the chain. Effective warehousing ensures that inventory is available to meet demand without overstocking, helping balance supply and demand fluctuation while reducing lead times. The fourth one is distribution centers. Distribution centers serves a hub for efficiently moving and distributing goods to various destinations. They manage the sorting, packing, and shipping of the products to retailers or directly to customers. By optimizing transportation routes and consolidating shipments, distribution centers help reduce logistic costs and improves delivery speed. Then comes retailers. So retailers are the link between the supply chain and the end customer. They purchase finished products from manufacturers or distributors and sell them directly to the consumer. So retailers play a vital role in understanding customer preferences, managing inventory at the customer level, and providing a convenient purchasing experience. At the last come customers. So customers are the final recipients of the products in the supply chain. Their needs and demands drive the entire supply chain process, influencing production volumes, inventory levels, and delivery schedules. Meeting customer expectations in terms of product availability, quality, and delivery time is the ultimate goal of supply chain management. So now comes, how does supply chain management work? So supply chain operates through a network of linked activities and processes that enable the movement of goods, information, and finances from suppliers to customers. So here are the overview of supply chain's work. The first one is planning. Planning is the developing strategies to meet customer demand while optimizing resources. So there are some key activities as well. The first one is demand forecasting, inventory management, capacity planning, and production scheduling. And the next comes sourcing. The sourcing involves identifying and selecting suppliers that provide the necessary raw material, component, and the services. Key activities are supplier selection, supplier relationship management, procurement, then contract negotiation. Then third come manufacturing. So coordinating production process to create finished good efficiently. So key activities are production process design, quality control, production scheduling, and equipment maintenance. After manufacturing, then comes warehousing. So warehousing involves storing raw materials, intermediates, and finished goods until they are needed. Efficient warehousing is crucial for maintaining inventory levels and ensuring timely delivery. Key activities are inventory management, storage solution, order picking, and the packing. Then comes distribution. Coordinating the movement of goods from manufacturers to the customer is known as distribution. The activities are transportation planning, logistic management, order fulfillment, and delivery scheduling. Then comes return and reverse logistic. Return and reverse logistic involve managing the return of defective or unwanted products from the customer back to the manufacturer or supplier. This process includes handling returns, refurbishing products, and recycling. Key activities are return processing, refurbishing and recycling, disposal management, and the customer support. Then comes technology integration. Implementing systems like enterprise resource planning (ERP) and transportation management system (TMS) to facilitate information flow. Then comes performance measurement. So continuously monitoring and improving supply chain metrics. So SCM works by integrating these processes across different departments and organizations using technology and data analytics to improve decision making and operational efficiency. So now let's jump into the flow in the supply chain. How the flow work in supply chain. So here is a chart. So the supply chain work like a chain reaction where materials move from suppliers to the customers. Both supplier and the customers exchange important informations to coordinate effectively, like materials, information, and the funds. Additionally, money flow back from the customer to the supplier, completing the cycle. So supply chain management oversees and control the flow of materials, information, and the finances across the supply chain. It's the main role in to design, plan, and execute activities at each stage to ensure that customer receive the right product and services efficiently and profitably. So there are some examples of supply chain management. The first one is Zara, known for its fast fashion supply chain, quickly turning design into store-ready apparel. The second is Apple, manages a complex global network for sourcing components and delivering devices. Then comes Walmart, excels in inventory management and distribution to thousands of stores worldwide. Then comes Blue Apron, a meal kit delivery service that coordinates fresh ingredients from suppliers directly to the consumer. Then come pharmaceutical industries, ensures timely delivery of medicines from manufacturers to the pharmacies and the hospitals. So now let's jump into functions of supply chain management. So the main functions of supply chain management include the first one is defining business boundaries and the relationships. It is the most important of all the SCM initiatives. It relates to this decision on outsourcing. Then second comes managing demand and supply. So the basic demand is the demand for the ultimate product or service from the end user. To meet these needs of the user, different links in the supply chain need to supply some goods or services to the following link in the chain. Then comes logistics. It refers to the process involved in storing, moving, transporting, or handling materials in any other way. Then comes purchasing. It acts as a link between the vendors and the company to get involvement and help of vendors in matters like purchase material specification, matching a lot of size, and transportation packing. Then comes selling system interface. So it is directly responsible to help customer know, select, buy, or pay for and take away the company's product. Then comes manufacturing system interface. It supports SCM by reducing manufacturing lead times and supplying materials that closely match customer lot size and time requirement. Then comes product design and interface. Basic quality of the products sold to the end users can be improved substantially by better collaboration among channel partners. So after seeing function of supply chain management, let's understand why is supply chain management is important. So supply chain management is crucial for several reasons. The first one is efficiency and cost reduction. So by optimizing the supply chain, organization can reduce waste and lower cost. SCM helps streamline operations, reduce redundancies, and improve the use of resources. Then comes improved quality control. SCM ensures that all parts of the supply chain maintain high standards. So this control helps in maintaining product quality, reducing defects, and improving customer satisfaction. Then comes better customer service. With SCM, companies can respond more quickly to customer demands, ensuring timely delivery and better service. Quick and effective response play a crucial role in boosting customer contentment and devotion. Then comes risk mitigation. Effective SCM supply chain management can identify potential risks in the supply chain and implement strategies to mitigate them. This proactive approach helps in avoiding disruptions and maintaining smooth operation. Then comes competitive advantage. Companies with efficient supply chains and deliver product faster at a lower cost, providing a competitive edge in the market. Then come sustainability. It enables organizations to implement environmentally friendly practices throughout the supply chain. So now let's see some advantages of supply chain management. The first one is supply chain planning and collaboration. With SCM, users can model his or her supply chain, set goals, and optimize and schedule time. It enables users to maximize returns on assets and ensures a profitable match of supply and demand. The second one is supply chain execution. It enables users to carry out supply chain planning and generate high efficiency at the lowest possible cost. Then comes supply chain visibility design analytics. Supply chain management gives users network wide visibility across your extended supply chain to perform strategic and as well as day-to-day planning. Then come business benefits. It allows its user to transform a traditional linear supply into an adaptive network with the following benefits: faster response to change in the supply and demand, increased customer satisfaction, compliance with regulatory requirements, improved cash flow, higher margins, greater synchronization with business priorities. So, in conclusion, supply chain management is essential for the seamless operation of modern business. It integrates various functions and processes to ensure the efficient flow of goods, information, and finances from suppliers to the end consumers. By implementing effective SCM strategies, organization can reduce cost, improve customer satisfaction, and gain a competitive edge in the market. As global market continues to evolve and face new challenges, the importance of robust and adaptive supply chain management will only grow, making it a critical area for businesses to invest in and the optimize. So moving in the next module, we will learn about inventory management and procurement sources. Welcome to the second module, inventory management. So inventory management and procurement are fundamental pillars of an efficient supply chain. So mastering these areas help businesses minimize cost, improve customer satisfaction, and streamline operations. So this module explore what inventory management is, its different types, important models, and a framework, and the key aspects of procurement and sources. So what is inventory management? Inventory management is the process of overseeing and controlling a company's stock of goods. It involves tracking the quantities, location, and status of items that a business holds, from raw materials to finished products ready for the sale. So effective inventory management ensures that the company has the right amount of stock at the right time. It prevents excess inventory that ties up capital and space, as well as the stockouts that can delay production or lead to lost sales. So there are multiple types of inventories. So inventory can be classified into three main types based on the stage in the production or the sale process. The first one is raw material. These are the basic inputs used to manufacture finished goods. Raw materials can be anything from steel sheet for car manufacturing to flour for baking. Proper management of raw materials ensures that the production is never halted due to shortage. Then comes work in progress, WIP. Work in process inventory includes partially finished products that are still in the manufacturing process. Managing WIP helps monitor production efficiently and identify bottlenecks in the production line. The third one is finished goods. Finished goods are products that have completed the manufacturing process and are ready to be sold to the customer. So keeping appropriate level of finished goods is critical to meet customer demand promptly. So now let's move forward and see importance of inventory balance. So balancing inventory means maintaining optimal stock levels that satisfy demand without overstocking or understocking. So this balance is vital because it reduces holding costs. Excess inventory requires storage space and handling, which increase operational costs. Second one is prevents stockouts. Insufficient inventory can lead to delays in order fulfillment, damaging customer satisfaction and brand reputation. The third point is improves cash flow. Inventory ties up working capital. Efficient inventory balance frees up cash for other businesses' activity. Then comes enhances forecasting. Proper inventory tracking supports accurate demand forecasting and the better planning. So achieving the right inventory balance requires sophisticated management techniques and tools, which we will discuss in the next section. So there are inventory management models. So three of the most popular inventory management models are economic order quantity EOQ, inventory production quantity, and ABC analysis. So each of the inventory management models has an alternative way to deal with assisting you in knowing how much stock you out to have available. So things you choose to utilize rely upon your business. So let's discuss the first one, economic order quantity. So this is the best e-commerce traders and retail operators driven by a prudent rationale to keep away from stockouts. So utilizing deterministic inventory management models like the economic order quantity EOQ model will assist you with the processing an ideal request amount that limit stock expenses and keeps away from the most dreaded part of e-commerce. So the EOQ is a recipe that figures the most prudent numbers of things a business should request to limit cost and boost esteem when reloading stocks. So this is the formula EOQ equals to 2DS/C. So D means annual demand, C means carrying cost, and S means ordering cost. So in this case, the EOQ model expects a consistent request from an item and prompts accessibility of things to be restocked. It does not represent occasional or economic fluctuations. It expects fixed expenses of inventory units, requesting charges, and holding charges. No stockouts are allowed. So this inventory model requires non-stop checking of inventory levels. The viability of the essential EOQ models is generally restricted by the presumptions of an one-item business, and the recipe does not permit communication between items. Also, EOQ accepts a boundless arranging skyline, and there is no restrictions on capital availability. This is the main function of EOQ. Then the second comes inventory production quantity, also called economic production quantity or EPQ. This kind of inventory management model discloses to you the number of items your businesses should arrange in solitary clusters in order to diminish holding expenses and arrangement costs. It expects that each request is conveyed by your provider in parts to your business instead of in one full item. So this model is an augmentation of the EOQ model. The distinction between the two models is the EOQ model expects providers are convey stocks in full to your client or business. So here is how you can calculate your inventory production quantity. 2kh dh 1 minus x. So K means setup or order cost, D means demand rate, H means yearly holding cost per product, P means yearly production rate, and X equals to D upon P means demand rate by yearly production rate. Then you can take the square root of 2SG slash production cost 1 minus S. Here S is your setup cost, D is your demand rate, X is your demand rate by production. So this model could be the best choice for your business if your business will generally request inventory from providers in parts as opposed to one full request. For example, for an automotive organization, interest in items is consistent over various periods of time. Fine. Now let's jump into the third one, ABC analysis. So the more cash explicit inventory presents to you, the more significant it is to you. ABC examination arranges your inventory depending on degree of significance by realizing which stock is the main. You realize where to concentrate. To be best, ABC analysis is often utilized with other inventory management models like the just-in-time GIT technique. So here ABC means always better control, as you can see on the picture. So stock is sorted into either bunches A, B, C. So how would you know which class to put inventory under? So it depends on the 80 by 20 guideline, otherwise called the Pareto principle. So category A, inventory under the classification gets the most cash and is just a modest quantity of your all stock out. It accounts for just 20% of your stock, however, gets 70% of your complete income. So, category A stock is given the most measure of consideration and has the tight requesting control setup. Category B better. Unlike category A stock, this category B stock is not fundamental for your business to endure. However, it is actually matters because it is 30% of your stock with 25% income. Then comes category C control. Inventory arranged under category C is 50% of your items with 5% income. So this stock does not get as much as benefit A and B gets. However, it is steady inventory management is quite free here since it gets the modest quantity of pay. So in the event that your organization offer administrations or items that all shift significantly in the cost, for example, an arranging organization, this will be a viable model for you. So a genuine model is Amazon, whose items cover an enormous scope of cost. Few out of every odd things you see recorded on their site is available. That would prompt extraordinarily high holding costs, making it hard to make money. So all things being equal, they request stock dependent on what they see with their ABC classification rules. So the drawback to this kind of inventory management model is that you need to classify the correct stock accurately with the goal for it to work. Or else you will be putting all your inventory management models into consideration into an item that is not presenting to you the most cash. Now comes procurement and sourcing. So procurement and sourcing are closely related functions that involve acquiring goods and services needed for the business to operate. So procurement is the process of finding, acquiring and buying goods, services or works from an external source. It includes activities like supplier selection, negotiation, purchasing and contract management. Efficient procurement ensures that the company obtains quality materials at the best possible price and the terms. Whereas strategic sourcing and supplier relationship. Strategic sourcing goes beyond simple purchasing by evaluating and selecting suppliers based on long-term value rather than just price. So developing strong supplier relationship can lead benefits such as better price and payment terms, higher quality materials, improved reliability and innovation, collaboration, risk mitigation. So there are local versus global sourcing challenges as well. Local sourcing refers to procuring goods and servicing from suppliers within the same country or region, whereas global sourcing means buying goods and services from international suppliers. So business must weigh these pros and cons carefully to choose the right sourcing strategy to their needs. So in conclusion, inventory management and procurement are complex yet essential functions that significantly impact a company's efficiency, cost, and customer satisfaction. Understanding inventory types, maintaining the right balance, applying the right management models, and developing strategic procurement and sourcing approach are key to building a resilient and competitive supply chain. So by implementing proven frameworks like GIT, EOQ, and ABC analysis and fostering strong supplier relationships, businesses can optimize their inventory and procurement to support growth, adaptability in today's dynamic market. So in the next module, we will learn about supply chain logistics and the flow. In today's world, goods travel a long way before they reach your hand, from raw materials to finished products on shore shelves or delivered to your doorstep. Behind this journey is an important system called logistics. It's a part of supply chain that plans and manages the movement and storage of goods, as well as related information and payments. This module will explain logistics in detail. So you will learn about different ways of goods are transported, how they are stored in warehouses, the role of third-party logistics, 3PL providers, and the three main types of flows in supply chain, which are material, information, and the financial flows. So let's start with what is logistics. So logistics is the entire process of managing how things move and are stored from the place they are made or gathered, you can say, to the place they are sold or used. It includes planning, implementing, and controlling. So the movement of goods, which is transportation, the storage of goods, which is known as warehousing, the flow of information, which is tracking or orders, the flow of money, payments, and invoices. So think of logistics as the behind the scenes work that makes sure you get your products on time, whether you shop online or at the store. So why is logistic important? First reason is customer satisfaction. Timely delivery of products keeps customer happy. Second reason is cost efficiency. Good logistics reduces unnecessary cost like storage fees or delays. The third point is competitive advantage. So fast and reliable logistics help businesses stand out. Fourth point is inventory management. Keep track of what's available, preventing stockouts or excess inventory. The fifth point is supports global trade. So makes international buying and selling possible just because of logistics. So now let's move forward and see what are the modes of transport, like how goods move. So the transportation is a vital part of moving product from one place to another can be done in different ways depending on the type of goods, speed needed, cost, and the distance. The first one is air transport. Air transport involves moving goods by airplanes. So when to use? This is needed when the speed is critical. For example, urgent medical supplies, fresh foods, or high value electronics. Advantages are faster way to ship goods, especially overseas. Good for fragile or perishable goods that must arrive quickly. But there are disadvantages as well. This is expensive compared to other modes. Limited capacity because planes can carry only such weight and size. Weather can cause delays. Examples are shipping luxury watches from Switzerland to the US, delivering spare airplane parts for the urgent repairs. The second transport is the sea transport. Sea transport moves goods via cargo ships across oceans and the seas. So when to use sea transport? You guys can use for large, heavy shipments like raw materials, automobiles, or furniture, especially internationally. Advantages are cheapest way to move very large volumes like cars, bikes, automobile, and even can carry very heavy and bulky goods. Disadvantage are this is slow, can take weeks or months. Ports can be crowded, causing delays. Weather can disrupt schedules. Example is importing crude oil from the Middle East, exporting cars from the Japan. The third transport is the road transport. Road transport uses trucks, lorries, or vans to deliver goods on roads. So when to use for the local or the regional deliveries or to connect ports and the warehouses. Advantages are door-to-door delivery is possible, flexible routes and scheduling, ideal for short to medium distances, but there are disadvantages as well. Traffic jams and road conditions can cause delays, limited by regulations such as truck weight limits. Example is delivering groceries from warehouse to supermarket, courier service like FedEx or DHL. The last transport is comes the rail transport. Rail transport uses trains to move goods on tracks. So when to use? Moving heavy or bulk goods over land, especially over long distance. Advantage is most cost effective than trucks for heavy cargo. Environmentally friendlier due to lower emission. High carrying capacity. Disadvantages limited network coverage because every city is not having the rail transport. Less flexible, requires transfer to trucks for final delivery. Example is transporting coal from mines to power plant, shipping steel from factories to construction sites. So after understanding mode of transport, let's learn warehousing and inventory storage. So warehousing is a key part of logistics that involves storing goods safely until they are needed. It acts as a hub between production and the consumption. So why warehousing is needed? The first one is balance supply and demand. Production might not always match customer demand exactly. Warehouses store extra goods for when they are needed. The second is buffer for delays. Help avoid disruptions if shipments are delayed. The third point is consolidation and sorting. Products from different suppliers can be gathered and sorted for shipment to the customer at the warehouse. Then comes protection. Safeguards goods from damage, theft, or weather conditions. So now let's understand the types of warehouses. First one is public warehouses. These are available for use by multiple companies on a rental basis. The second one are private warehouse, owned and operated by a company for its own goods. The third one is distribution centers. focus on quick movement and sorting of goods, often for fast delivery. Then comes cold storage, special warehouses for perishable items like food and medicine requiring refrigeration. So there are modern warehousing technology as well. So many warehouses use nowadays automation like conveyor belt, robots, and computerized tracking systems to improve speed and accuracy. So barcode scanners and RFID tags help track every item inside the warehouse. As you have seen in the airport, whenever luggage bag comes, it comes through the barcode scanner. Now let's move forward and see what is this 3PL, third party logistics. So not every company manages its own transportation and warehousing. Some hire outside experts called third party logistics providers or 3PLs. So what does a 3PL do? Handle shipping, warehousing, and delivery. Second point is manages inventory and order fulfillment. The third point is provides technology and the expertise. And then comes often offers custom clearance for international shipment, which is very important point. So what are the benefits of using 3PL? The first one is cost saving. 3PLs can use their scale to reduce cost. Second is flexibility. Easy to increase or reduce logistics capacity as needed. The third point is focus on core business. Companies can concentrate on making products or sales. Then comes access to expertise. 3PLs specialize in logistics and stay up to date with best practices and regulations. Examples of 3PL companies are the DHL supply chain, FedEx supply chain, UPS logistics, XPO logistics, and many others. So 3PL or third party logistics is the best for those who are starting their business in the early stage. So now let's move forward and see types of flow in supply chain. So in a supply chain, there are three main types of flow happen simultaneously. Material flow, informational flow, and the financial. Managing all three well is the key to success. So the first one is material flow, which is moving the physical goods. So material flow is the physical movement of raw materials, parts, and finished goods along the supply chain. It starts with the raw material coming to factories, then moves to work in progress goods being made, then ends with finished goods delivered to customers or stores. So a smooth material flow ensures that production continues without interruptions and customers get their products on time. But there are challenges as well in the material flow. The first one is transportation delays. The second is damage or loss during transit. The third point is managing inventory levels. Not too much, but not too little as well. The second type of flow is information flow, sharing data and updates. The information flow involves the sharing of data about orders, inventory levels, shipping status, and demand forecast between all parties in the supply chain. It tracks what goods have been ordered and received, helps plan the production and the delivery schedules, supports forecasting demand to avoid shortage or overstock. So there are examples of information flow are a retailer sending a purchase order to a supplier, a logistic company providing shipment tracking updates, and the third is a warehouse reporting current inventory to the manufacturer. So the important point is good information flow reduces errors, speed up decisions, and improves coordination. And it will lead to the customer satisfaction. The third flow is the financial flow, which is managing payments and the credits. So financial flow covers all the money related transaction between supply chain and the partner. The payment to the suppliers, invoices from the vendors, credit terms and refunds. So efficient financial flow ensures suppliers get paid on time. Companies maintain good cash flow and transactions are recorded accurately. So how logistics support supply chain business? So logistic is the link that connects suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, and customers. So now let's see how goods logistics help. The first point is reduce lead time. Quicker transport and better planning means products arrive faster. The second point is cut cost. Optimize routes, choosing the right transport mode, and reducing storage time save money. Then comes improves product quality. Proper handling and storage keep products safe. Then enhance customer experience. On-time deliveries build trust and repeat business. And there is one more point, enables scalability, which is efficient logistics supports business growth and the new markets. But if something is having pros, it also have cons. So there are challenges in logistics as well. While logistics is vital, it can also be complicated. First one is rising fuel and labor costs. It will increase the expenses. Then traffic congestion and infrastructure limit. It will cause the delays. Then comes global regulation and customs. It is the complicate international shipping. Then comes technology integration. Can be difficult for companies to implement. Then comes unexpected events like natural disasters or pandemic disrupt supply chain. Overcoming these challenges requires careful planning, technology, and good partnership. So, in conclusion, logistics is the art and science of moving and storing goods in a way that meets customer needs efficiently and cost effectively. It involves choosing the right transport mode, air, sea, road, or rail, storing products safely in warehouses, and sometimes using specialized third party companies 3PL to handle these tasks. Alongside the physical movements of goods, material flow, managing the flow of information, and money is equally important to keep the entire supply chain running smoothly. So, by understanding and improving logistics and three flows in a supply chain, businesses can save money, grow their operation, and satisfy customers better than ever before. In the next module, we will explore modern supply chain techniques or technology, real world issues, and the future trend in supply chain management. Supply chain management (SCM) has evolved far beyond the traditional model of moving goods from point A to B. Today, it's complex, interconnected web of digital and physical processes, optimized to meet the demands of global commerce, customer expectations, and sustainability. Technology plays a central role in this transformation, powering visibility, intelligence, and agility across supply chain. So, in this module, we will explore some of the most impactful technologies shaping supply chain management, from RFID tracking and IoT sensors to AI forecasting and blockchain transparency. We will also examine the major challenges SCM professionals face today, key career roles and tools, and what the future holds for the dynamic field. So let's start with the RFID and GPS tracking for the real-time visibility. It is the one of the biggest challenges in supply chains is knowing where goods are at given moment. RFID, radio frequency identification, and GPS tracking technologies provide the answer by enabling real-time location visibility through the supply chain. How RFID works? RFID tags are small chip attached to items, pallets, or containers that emit radio signals. RFID readers placed throughout warehouses or transport routes capture these signals, automatically recording when and where items move. This system reduces human error, improves inventory accuracy, and speeds up processes like receiving, picking, and shipping. Unlike barcodes, RFID tags don't require line of sight scanning, enabling batch reads and seamless automation. Whereas GPS tracking for transportation, GPS tracking devices provide continuous update on vehicle location, speed, and estimated arrival time. This visibility helps logistics teams optimize routes, respond proactively to delays, and keep customers informed with accurate deliver windows. Combined RFID and GPS technologies create an end-to-end digital trail essential for efficient and transparent supply chain operations. Let's move forward and see IoT sensors in warehouses and transport. So, the Internet of Things IoT has changed supply chain environments by embedding sensors in warehouse, vehicles, and even packaging. Whereas warehouse IoT sensors monitor environmental conditions such as temperature, humidity, and light, critical for sensitive goods like pharmaceuticals or foods. They track equipment performance to predict maintenance needs before breakdowns occur, reducing downtime. Whereas transport IoT, so in transit, devices can monitor vibration, shock, or tilt to detect mishandling. Sensors also track fuel usage and driver behavior to improve safety and reduces cost. The data generated by IoT sensors feeds into centralized dashboards, enabling real-time alerts and delayed analytics that optimize supply chain performance. Next comes AI and machine learning demand for forecasting. Accurate demand forecasting is crucial to avoid stockouts or excess inventory. Traditional forecasting methods often rely on historical data and can't amount for sudden market changes, whereas AI-powered forecasting and machine learning models analyze vast data sets, including sales trends, social media sentiments, weather forecasts, and economic indicators to predict demand more precisely. These systems continuously learn and adapt, improving accuracy over time. For instance, an AI model might detect a spike in demand for certain products during a viral social media campaign and adjust procurement plans accordingly. Improved forecasting reduces cost, enhances customer satisfaction, and drives smarter inventory management. And next comes blockchain for secure, transparent transactions. Blockchain technology, originally developed for cryptocurrency, has found significant potential in supply chains for improving security and transparency. So, how blockchains enhances SCM? By creating a decentralized tamper-proof ledger. Blockchain ensures all transactions from purchase order to delivery confirmation are recorded and verified by multiple parties. So this transparency reduces fraud, errors, and disputes. For example, consumers can trace provenance of a product, verifying ethical sourcing or authenticity. Smart contracts, self-executing agreements coded on the blockchain, automate payments or penalties based on delivery milestone, speeding up settlements and increasing trust. The next comes ERP tools like SAP and Oracle for the operation. So enterprise resource planning, ERP systems integrate key supply chain functions, procurement, inventory management, production, sales, finance into one unified platform. Leading ERP solutions are SAP and Oracle, among the most widely used ERP platforms, offering modules tailored to supply chain processes. These tools enable centralized data management, automated workflows, and real-time reporting. For example, if a supplier delays delivery, the ERP can automatically trigger notification to production planners to adjust schedules. By breaking down department silos, ERP systems enhance coordination and decision making across the entire supply chain. Modern supply chains aren't just physical, they are digital. AI predicts demand, sensor tracks movements, and platforms connect everything in real time.
Welcome to the Customer Relationship Management course by Simplilearn. So today we are going to talk about something that's super important for businesses of all sizes. That is CRM. You might have heard this term tossed around a lot. But what exactly it is? So why do companies care so much about it, and what are the main parts that make up a CRM system? So let's dive in and break it all down. So, initially we'll begin with what is CRM. So, CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. So, sounds fancy, right? But really, it's all about managing how businesses interact with their customers. So, imagine you are running a lemonade stand. You have regular customers who love your lemonade and maybe some who complain about the sugar level. So you want to remember who likes what, follow up with your customers, and keep track of your sales. So that's basically CRM, a way to organize all the information about your customers so that you can build stronger relationships with them. So, in today's world where companies deal with thousands and millions of customers, this gets a lot more complex. So, CRM systems are like digital assistants that help businesses keep everything organized from customer contact information, the past purchases, the complaints, the preferences to even how and when to reach out again. So, to sum it up all together, CRM is a strategy and a tool businesses use to understand and serve their customers better. So, let us understand now why CRM is so important. So, now you might ask, okay, why should businesses care about CRM? So, why not just wing it? So, great question. Here's why CRM is a big deal. So, it enhances better customer relationships. So, when a business knows who you are and what you like and what you have bought before, it feels personal. And guess what? People love that. So, when companies use CRM properly, customers feel valued, not just a number. And then secondly comes it boosts sales and revenue. So by tracking customer behaviors, businesses can spot trends like which products sell best or which customers might be ready to buy again. So this means more targeted sales efforts, which leads to more sales. And then coming to the third one we have, it improves the customer service. So imagine calling a company and the person answering already knows your issues and history. So that saves time and frustration. So CRM helps customer service reps to do that by giving them quick access to the customer information. Then moving on, we have the streamlines marketing efforts. So instead of blasting generic ads, companies can send personalized offers based on your preferences or past purchases. So this means marketing is more effective and customers get relevant messages. And then we have it centralizes the information. So in big companies, different teams like the sales, marketing or support all need customer information. So the CRM keeps everything in one place. So everyone is on the same page. Then we have finally, it is about data-driven decisions. So CRM systems often come with analytics tools that help companies understand what's working and what's not. So making smarter business decisions is all about CRM. So CRM is not just a software, it's a game changer for how companies build lasting customer loyalty and grow their business. So let's now move on to the main components of CRM. So alright, now that we have known what CRM is and why it is so important, let's look at the main pieces that make it all work. So most CRM systems have these core components. The first one is sales automation. So this is all about helping the sales team manage leads, track customer interactions, schedule follow-ups, and close deals faster. For example, the system might remind a salesperson to call a client or send a code. And then we have marketing automation. So this component helps businesses automate the marketing campaigns. It can send personalized emails, manage social media posts, and track how customers respond. So think of it like a marketing robot working 24/7. And then we have this customer service and support. So when customers have issues or questions, this part helps manage tickets, track problem solutions, and provide timely support. So it keeps services reps informed so that they can help faster and better. And then we have this contact management. So this is the heart of CRM. It stores the detailed customer profiles including names, phone numbers, emails, purchase history, preferences and more. It's like a smart address book but way more powerful. So then moving on, we'll understand the analytics and reporting. So CRM systems collect tons of data. So this part analyzes it to create reports and dashboards showing sales performance, customer behavior, campaign success, and other valuable insights. Then we have workflow automation. So this lets businesses set up rules to automate the repetitive tasks like assigning new leads to the sales reps or sending thank you emails after a purchase, saving time and reducing errors. Then we have integration capabilities. So modern CRMs can connect with other tools businesses use like the emails, calendars, accounting software and social media platforms. So what it does, this makes sure data flows seamlessly between systems. So let's now move on to the next chapter and understand CRM in a deeper level. So in this chapter, we'll understand the CRM process. So how does CRM actually work? The CRM process is basically a cycle that helps companies manage every step of their interaction with the customers. So the first one is collecting customer data. So first, businesses gather information about their customers like names, contact information, purchase history, and even their preferences. Now moving on, we have organizing and analyzing. So this data is then organized so that it's easy to access and analyze. For example, the system can tell which products a customer buys most often or when they last the contacted support. So then we have engaging with the customers. So based on this information collected, companies can send personalized offers, respond quickly to the questions, or follow up after a purchase. So then we have improving relationships. So the goal is to build a stronger ongoing relationship by understanding the customer needs and solving their problems. And then we have feedback and optimization. So finally, companies gather feedback to see what's working and what's not, and then improve their process. So let's now understand, what does a CRM manager do? So imagine the CRM manager as the conductor of an orchestra. So making sure all the pieces of the work together perfectly to create the great customer experience. So here's what they actually do. So they manage the CRM system. So they oversee the CRM software to ensure that it runs smoothly and it stores the accurate customer data. So then he analyzes the customer data. So they look at trends and patterns to help marketing and sales team target the right customers with the right message. And then we have coordinate the teams. So they work closely with the sales, marketing, and even the customer support teams to make sure everyone uses CRM data effectively. And then they improve the customer experience. So they find ways to enhance how the company interacts with the customers, such as automating follow-ups or creating. So then moving on to the fifth one, we have he trains the staff. So he teaches the team members how to use the CRM system properly. So let's now move on and actually see the real world CRM examples. So let's look at some real companies and how they use CRM. So the first one is Amazon. So ever noticed how Amazon recommends products you might like? So that's CRM in action. They analyze your past purchases and browsing habits to personalize your shopping experience. Then we have Starbucks. So they use CRM to send you special offers on your birthday or rewards for your loyalty, making you feel valued and encouraging you to keep coming back. And then moving on, we have Netflix. So Netflix tracks what you watch and uses the data to suggest shows you might enjoy. So this personalized approach keeps viewers engaged longer. So then we have a small local business. So even a local coffee shop might use CRM to remember your favorite order and send you coupons or even invites via email or text. So CRM management is all about using technology and smart strategies to build a strong, lasting relationships with the customers. So helping businesses grow and customers feel appreciated. So a CRM manager is the person making sure that all these moving parts work together smoothly. So let's now go ahead and train ChatGPT to act like a customer support bot. So let's get started. Hey everyone, welcome to this next chapter. So what if your customer support never slept, never got tired and always had the answers ready? So today we are making that happen. I will walk you through how to set up ChatGPT as a smart AI-powered customer support assistant. So you will learn how to give it a real company information, making it respond like your support repository and see it in action, answering the common customer queries, all step by step. No complex coding needed. So let's get started. So the first step would be building the foundation, that is defining your business information. So we will use a sample company information. The sample company name should be Glowtech, which sells the smart gadgets. So here's what we would feed into the ChatGPT. So let's take an overview. So we have written the company name as Glowtech. The industry is a consumer electronics. The support hours are Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. IST. We have an email and a phone number. Then we have defined the return policies. The refunds available within 30 days of delivery. Only for the unused and the unopened items, return shipping is customer's responsibility. Then we have warranty of 1 year for the manufacturing defects. It covers the smartwatches, earbuds, smart home devices. Then we have shipping, the standard 5 to 7 working days. Then expedited is 2 to 3 working days. Tracking links sent via email. Then we have the contact channels like email, web form and WhatsApp. Then we have typical issues like delayed orders, refund and return questions, warranty claims and product troubleshooting. So the next step would be copying this whole information. Okay. So I would copy this. I will go back to ChatGPT and I will paste this here. And I will write here, you are a helpful customer support assistant for Glowtech. So I need you to basically use this following information to answer questions. So then if unsure, ask the customer to contact support@glowtech.com and always greet the customers. So, hello, how can I assist you with the Glowtech products today? If you have any questions about refunds, warranty, shipping or product, feel free to ask. If I can't answer your question, I will guide you to contact. Well, what can I do for you? So the next step would be testing the conversations. So there are some common scenarios that take place with the customer support. I won't be asking the similar questions. So let's suppose the first question would be a refund request. So I would say, I want to return my smartwatch. So it has answered, hello, if you would like to return your Glowtech smartwatch, please note the refund policy. Returns are accepted within 30 days of delivery. The item must be unused and unopened. So it is nice, actually behaving like a customer support bot. So then the next question I would like to ask, it's been 8 days and I still don't have my package. So you can see, I understand your concern about the delay in receiving the Glowtech smartwatch, shipping time frame, tracking your order. It has given the like Glowtech and the Glowin and Glowtech. No tracking information. If there is no tracking information available or if the status has not been updated for the several days, it's advisable to contact the Glowtech's customer support for assistance. So it has now redirected you can reach out to the Glowtech's customer support via. You can just mail it, you can just call it. They will be available to provide you with the most accurate information regarding your order status. So you can see that it has given you all the answers to your question. The time frame it has given, then the tracking your order. If there is no tracking available, what all you can actually do, then it is really nice to use this as a chat support. So then I will guide it to, I want you to behave always greet the customers and say thank you after it's over. Be kind and helpful customer support bot. Now, let's ask about the warranty. Like, my earbuds stopped working after 4 months. I'm sorry to hear that your Glowtech earbuds stopped working after 4 months. Please note that Glowtech offers a 1-year warranty covering the manufacturer defects. I recommend contacting Glowtech support. Thank you for reaching out. If you have any other questions, I'm here to help. And so nicely, actually, the ChatGPT is behaving like a customer support. So let's ask about something that can be resolved. My smart bulb is not connecting to Wi-Fi. I'm sorry to hear that. Here are a few quick tips you can try. So basically it has provided with the tips what you can try at home. Make sure your Wi-Fi network is working properly and the bulb is within range. Restart your router and the smart bulb. Check that you are using the correct app and follow the setup instructions carefully. Ensure your phone is connected to the same Wi-Fi network you want the bulb to connect. Sometimes resetting the bulb to factory settings can help. So check the manual for reset steps. And always it will redirect you to the support for detailed troubleshooting. Thank you for reaching out. So it is behaving in a nice way. So let's now move on to the exclusive things that can actually help. So I'll try. I want you to train on Glowtech customer support agent as a helpful factual and polite way. Do not guess anything. If uncertain, say, let me escalate this to our human team, and always offer next steps at the end of every interaction. So this is a type of training the ChatGPT. Can I get a refund on my smartwatch? On my used smartwatch. I'm sorry to hear you are facing issues with the Glowtech smartwatch. Glowtech's refunds policy specifies that returns are accepted within 30 days of delivery and the item must be unused and unopened. Since your smartwatch has been used, it may not qualify for a refund under the policy. To explore possible solutions, please contact our customer support team. They can access your situation and determine if any exceptions or alternative solutions are applicable. Thank you for reaching out. If you have any other questions or need further assistance, feel free to ask. So this is actually nice. So let me ask something different. my product is defective, but I lost my invoice. Hello, I'm sorry to hear that your GlowTech product is defective and that you have misplaced your invoice. Warranty typically requires proof of purchase such as invoice or other order confirmation to validate a claim. Without the documentation, it may be challenging to process a warranty request. To explore the possible solutions, please contact the GlowTech's customer support. So this is nice then. These are the next steps that actually I wanted, and it is actually giving it. So then the next step would be going beyond, like something advanced issues. So after this, if you really want to advance the issues and give some advanced prompts, like use OpenAI API to embed ChatGPT into your website. Link with live ticket systems, for example, Fresh Desk, and Zendesk is also there. So use LangChain. So through LangChain, you can actually build the customer support robots over there. So use LangChain for real-time document lookup. That is basically using RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. So here, basically, after giving this prompt, you will be getting how to embed ChatGPT with the live ticket system and RAG using LangChain, OpenAI API integration. Use OpenAI's chat completion API or other models to power that chat interface on your website. The chat frontend can send user messages to OpenAI and display the responses. To connect to the ticket systems, Freshdesk or Zendesk, or anything like that. Then LangChain for the real-time document lookup, workflow example, tech stack suggestions, and basically we'll get everything at one go. So you can actually give again the training tips like keep answers short, polite and helpful, set the tone as casual or formal depending on your brand, then simulate the real queries and refine responses. So that's it. We have built a working AI-powered customer support assistant using ChatGPT. So you saw how to fit into the company's information, simulate the real conversations, and customize its behavior. So guys, let's move on to the next AI tool that is used for customer relationship management. So here we are inside the Zoho's website. So this is the first free AI tool that can be used as a CRM. So the question is how to get here. So you can jump over to Google web browser and type Zoho free CRM. And you can just sign in with your Google account and then it will ask you for your phone number and OTP to get verified. And you are inside. As I have already logged in before, so I didn't log in again. So I will directly go inside this CRM's homepage. So this is basically the dashboard of Zoho. So first things first, we'll start off with the dashboard itself. So you can basically see that the screen is divided into two parts. On the right hand side, you can see the open task. That is basically where you can see what is going on in respect to the customers. Then you have My Meetings. It is all about your reminder to any of the meetings you have on the current date. Then if you scroll down, it will be today's leads. And then finally, any of the details you're going to close this month. My deal's closing this month. So at the bottom, we have feedback on new UI. So this is basically the new UI of Zoho. Previously it was different. And then you have announcements to make. You can do it. Then you can have sticky notes. You can even have activity reminders. Then you can actually move on to the recent items, and then accessibility, and then finally help. So then on the left hand side, we have a panel out here, but where we have certain features. Let's see that one by one. But before that, I will just tell you, if you click on these three dots, you will have add component, reorder, and view full screen. So add component is basically my open task is one component. Meetings is another component, today's leads is another component, and my deals closing this month is another component. If you want to add one component, you can just click on this. Then you have to basically select the module. Basically, you can contacts, custom view, you can see all contacts, component name give, customer contacts. And basically you can click on save over here and it is updated securely. In this way, you can actually customize the dashboard of Zoho CRM. So let's move on and see it in view full screen mode. So this is actually nice. You can click on to escape and move on to the next. So coming to the left hand side, these are the various features of Zoho CRM. You can basically call this as modules even. So coming to the leads over here. So basically, I have made one lead. So if you want to create another lead, you can click on create a lead. And then you can just write the first name as John. You can write the name, title as Mr. Phone number as 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Then click on the mobile and get another 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. And then lead source to be anything from advertisement, basically the source of the lead, where you have got the lead from, maybe advertisement or cold call, employee referral, external referral, or online store. So I would be giving it as cold call. Then industry is application service provider, data telecom, government or military, large enterprise. So give this as government. Company, write it as the name of the company, ABC, last name not required. You can write the email as @gmail.com, and you can give the FAS, give the website, lead status, number of employees, rating, can be acquired, active, marked fail, or project cancelled or shut down. You can give it as active, Skype ID, through which you can get a call, secondary email, or Twitter. And you can just click on save. Last name to be will give as, and click on save. So now you can basically see the overview, the address information, the description, the notes if you want to attach any notes, any attachments, open activities, invited meetings, emails, drafts, or scheduled any mails. You can basically get everything. Then over here you can click on convert, and basically it will convert it to from a lead to a customer. So create a new deal for this account or just convert. You can click on convert, and then you can see account created and contact. So go to leads again, and in this way you can just create one lead. So here, coming to the contacts, create a new contact. It would be anything, writing the name. For example, give it as, so I can actually show you from itself. I have this. So this is the overview, hide the details, address information. So here basically you can directly send a mail. You can go and delete, print the preview, find and merge duplicates. So there can be two Johns. So if they're the same person, you can actually find and merge the duplicate. Then you can customize the business card, organize contact details. Now if you want to edit, you can even edit, like add new. Then basically go for the accounts. You can go here and create a new account for a particular customer, or else you can go here and see that I have already created one account, and this is for John De Cruz itself, and you can see you can create notes, attachments, deals, assign or a new deal. Then you have contacts. Through this you can send a mail. So basically you can get the whole information, whole account of the particular customer. So in this way you have the whole information for a particular customer. So then you can see, and coming to deals, you can here define your sales cycle and track your sales pipeline. So this is true, you can track and manage your sales pipeline, and now you can create or import a deal directly. So you can now just click on create detail, and you can fill in all the things and click and save over here. So all these things marked in red are the necessary ones, and you have to go ahead and do this. Then coming to calls, you can basically see how do you track customer interactions. So interactions are a very important part of the CRM, as you can actually interact with your customer and turn the lead into a customer itself and then make a deal out of it. So you can automatically log every sales call by integrating your phone system with just one click. Integrate telephony. Then, or if you prefer to do the things manually, then log calls or schedule a call to follow up with the customers. Then basically you can come to task. How do you get work organized? You can create task and set reminders to your task, like create one or import the task. You can create a task like the subject of the task, due date, the contact status, reminder, priority, and everything at one place. You can just save it and go ahead and create a new. Then you can come over here in the meeting section, where basically you track the customer meetings. So meetings are very important, you have to just be there before the meeting so that you never miss on to a customer. So maintaining the customer relationship is all about meetings. So you can create meetings, set reminders, and add invites to the meetings itself. So import, you can import it directly or create a meeting. Location and everything you can have to give, and just have to save, and the meeting would be created. So then go for these campaigns. So plan campaigns. So campaigns are marketing efforts planned, executed, and monitored from within your CRM. Like you have to create a campaign. For example, if you click on this create, you have to fill up the full necessary information, and you can actually create the campaign. Going ahead in the document section, this is very important part of the CRM. So basically you can upload any documents over here from directly upload, and you will be generating from your device itself. You can go to documents, you can go to pictures if you have any, if you want to go to here and music, videos, and favorites. You can even have a library over here, and you can even delete from here. Then basically visits tracking. You can actually identify and track your website visitors in Zoho CRM. So basically you have to scroll down and generate more qualified leads. Get started, identify important prospects on your website, engage them in real time, and convert them to leads all without leaving your Zoho CRM window. You can just not leave the CRM window and convert a lead into a customer. And then you can go ahead in the project section, that is the unified sales and project management, a smarter way to bridge the gap between sales and project tracking. So you can connect, you can track, you can deliver. So just have to get started, all in this one time frame. So then you can go to this report section, and these are the report template. Top 10 templates by click rate. Email reports also you have over here. For example, this no data found because I have not created any. So you can even go to this my reports, go to favorites, recently viewed. So I have viewed this recently and it came over here. Deal reports, basically everything you will be getting in one website. So this is how CRM is actually useful. It's the number one most recommended CRM tool, and that is for free. And Zoho Analytics by Zoho is really awesome. So it is a must-try tool for you. So let's move on and get to the next tool. Hi everyone. In this video, we will explore the 3 popular free CRM tools that can help you manage your sales, contacts, and customer relationships. So other than Zoho. So we will walk you through the HubSpot CRM, then Freshsell CRM, and then finally the Bittrex 224 CRM. So let's get started with HubSpot. So the first app is HubSpot CRM, a user-friendly tool loved by many beginners and marketing teams. So to go to this page, you have to just type in your browser HubSpot's free CRM and then click on Get Free CRM. So sign up using your email or social login. So before signing up, I'll just let you know the overview of the HubSpot. So this is basically the dashboard, and here you can see there are various products of HubSpot platform. The first one is a marketing hub. It's a free and premium plans available, marketing automation software. Then we have operations hub, that is for the operation software. Both the free and the premium plans are there. Then the sales hub, there's a sales software. Then commerce hub, that is B2B commerce software, that is basically a business to business commerce software. Then we have service hub, that is the customer service software. Then we have smart CRM, and here AI powered CRM software is available. So then we have content hub, that is a content marketing software. And then finally we have small business handle. This is a starter edition of each product built for startups and small businesses are there. You can easily Breeze, that is AI tools powering the HubSpot platform, featuring a collection of AI agents and much more. And then you have app marketplace. Connect your favorite apps to the HubSpot. So then you can go down and see getting a demo. You can basically click here and get a demo of the whole software itself. And then you can even go to solutions and see there are by use cases, by team size, certain solutions are also available here. Then if you go to the pricing, and you can see Marketing Hub Professional for marketing teams who want to effectively run the omni-channel campaigns. It is $800 per month, includes 3 seats. And you can even pay upfront best value, and then you can even pay monthly or anything. It includes 2000 marketing contacts. And then you have an enterprise plan, that is Marketing Hub Enterprise, and it is basically $3,600 per month, and it includes 5 seats. It was 3 and it's 5. And you can directly talk to the sales over here, and you can see the plan available over here, basically the beta version. And then I'll just move on. And then here you can click on the resources and you see the featured links, community events and partners, then educations available, services they are providing, and the tools available. So I'll just log in over here. The login is only in the upward section, and then you can just log in. So after you just log in with your Gmail account, this is the page that is gonna open in the HubSpot. So here on the left hand side, you can see certain guides. There is a marketing guide. So explore the other features in your template recommended. All you need to get started. Set up the basics. Then attract new customers with the marketing hub. And then attract and capture leads, engage leads and convert them into a customer. Then track and analyze performance. So everything in a minute. So then if you scroll down, you can see you can even get connected with your mail account. Install the apps you use or explore 1500 plus more apps in the HubSpot app marketplace. And then when you scroll down, it is learn more about the marketing tools. So get started with a 4-minute lesson on attracting the right audience. So it even provides you with a guide, a video and everything else. Then take a short tour of how contacts work and then connect marketing apps from the app marketplace. So basically you can do marketing, sales, customer service guide, and then you have even content guide, and then finally you can even have a commerce guide. Build and manage your content, create content. It will about take 28 minutes. Reach your customers with a customer content. Then manage the content, save time and increase the team efficiency with content management tools. And then when you scroll down, it is there ready to connect. So connect your favorite tools to the HubSpot. And then when you scroll down, there is learn more about the content tools. So here you can invite your team or you can view your plan. So if you can view your plan, so basically it is free, but then you have so many of the 4 types of pricing. So the first one is Sales Hubs Starter. So basically it is $15 per month and pay monthly or even you can pay upfront. So this is there. And then when you go to this free tools, you can have a free tools, foundational tools to get you started, that is for free. Then HubSpot for the marketers, that is also there. Then you can just scroll over here and you can see contacts, companies, deals, tickets. So if you go to this contacts page, basically you have to fill the contact details. So you can even click over here or you can directly go and create contact. Help me get started. I will set by myself. Help me get started. So it will say create your first contact record in just a few steps. So create your contact. Set your contact properties. Choose the contact details you want to see. HubSpot has a huge range of contact properties and designed to just store the information you need. You can just scroll over here and you can see you can just note, you can email, then you can call, task, meeting, schedule meetings, and you can click here and many more options will be available. Then let's go back. And you can see companies available over here. You can sort by companies basically. So these are the companies. Then you can go to deals over here. So deals is basically a page where you create a deal to start building your winning sales process, like setting up your deals pipeline with stages for the real-time milestones. Then you can track your deals. So tracking is so much important to know the status of the deal. Then you can even go and report on yourself, so you can keep track of how much money you are making over time. So here you can click on and go to create a deal, and you can even ask for setting up by myself if you are a pro in this, and then if you are a beginner, I will recommend to go and start with help me get started. And necessarily the same, edit the name of your pipeline. You can just see, so define the deal stages. Then you can stage name, qualified to buy, presentation schedule, decision maker bought in, contract sent. You can even add or delete the stages. The next closing step would be closed won and closed loss, create a deal. And in this way, you have just created a deal for you. So then I'll just go back. And you can see tickets over here. You can raise tickets of the issues with your customers. So basically, this is a thing where actually the customer relationship management comes in. So it is actually how well you have tracked the issues with your customers, how easily you have solved the issues with your customers. You can track over here, create tickets and assign them to a member of your team so they can offer the right help at the right time. And providing the right help to the customers can actually draw more customers to you, because the after part of the sales is so much important. So want to learn more about these tickets? Read the knowledge base article. So it is providing you with a knowledge base article, which is 25 per page. Then you can even see the ticket owner, the create date, the last activity date, and the priority tickets over here. You can just go on and click on create ticket and create a ticket for yourself and then assign it to a team member. Then moving on, you can see the list, the inbox, basically where the mails come in. Then you can see the calls, the task for the today. They can even hear the playbooks. Basically keep your team aligned. Why should someone buy one of our products? You can even add it over here. The purpose of this playbook is to kick off the conversation with a new prospect and communicate the value of our products. What does your budget for this year look like? You can have a note over here. And then you can even have templates and you can even have snippets. So there are basically so much more you can do about that. And you have a separate for marketing, CRM, then you can even have for content and sales and so much more. You can even automate the workflows. You can have a data management of custom events, data quality, data sets, data model, and so much more. It will be very nice of you to see that you have a co-pilot over here. So you can see, hi, I'm Copilot, your new AI-powered collaborator. So I can answer questions about your HubSpot. And you can just see this Copilot here to actually help you in this CRM management. So you can even research about your company, add a company or summarize the contact you mean. Then you can even give feedbacks to this. So I'll just put on. You can even write prompts over here like I need help for this and that. And you can even see the chats over here. So this is what about AI with HubSpot is. So let's now move on to the next tool. So the next tool is Fresh Sales CRM. So which is designed especially for the sales team looking to track the leads and the deals efficiently. So to get into here, you have to visit the freesales.io and hit get started for free. So let's have an overview first. So the products available in the Fresh Works is Fresh Desk Omni, Fresh Chat, Fresh Service, Fresh Sales, Fresh Marketer, and so on. And the all products and trials are available. Then if you go here to see the platform, you can see the app marketplace, developers, technical alliances. And coming to the resources, we have customer stories, community, training, services, and support. And then you can even have a demo for this to get started with. Then you can see on the pricing and you can scroll down and see for growth. You can have $749 only per month and you can try it for free. And then you have a pro plan which is $3,239, which is ideal for growing and the mid-sized businesses requiring advanced capabilities and AI assistance. So these are the specifications what you will be getting over here. You can directly click on and compare. And coming to the last but not the least, that is the enterprise one, and this is around 5,000, 4,899 to be specific, and this is per month, and you will be getting everything in a plus version for this. So let's now move on and see the exact thing. I will click on this try it for free, and you have to just provide your details, or you can just continue with the Google. So then after just you have entered with your Google account, they will be asking you about which industry do you belong to. IT infrastructure and services, computer software, manufacturing, e-commerce, financial services. So I'll just go and IT infrastructure and services, and then it will take me to this page. So here basically these are the accounts of the people. This is sample people, their job title, their email, mobile number, status, and tags. Basically a decision maker, influencer, champion, and so on. So this is basically a sample. You can filter the data by popular filter, sales owner, territory, or the source. Then you can either filter your account, active sales, addresses, and so on. Then move on and you can just go to new contacts and you can just add contact over here. You can just close this and import contacts from a Excel page, or you can just add contacts over here. Then you can go on, and if you click on all the contacts would be visible. And then you have 12 more. What are they? Recently modified, default views. So this is it. You can personalize your CRM by your contacts, accounts, or deals. So add your own deal, add your own everything, and then save it. Then you have bring in the website leads. Then you can go ahead and invite your own team, then route the leads to your company, and so on. Then if you just go and over here, it is basically the account section, and you can go ahead and your trial ends in 21 days. Explore the plan or request a demo. You basically add a demo over here. Then if you go ahead and you can click on add account, you can just go ahead and enter your account name, then the website, industry type, and the number of employees you are targeting. And then you can go here and get over the deals. This is a very beginner friendly website. You can take a tour of your deals. You can take a tour over here. Then you can see already some deals are available. This is a sample deal, but yeah, you can refer to it and make your own deal over here. And then you can see the conversations. So 4 types of conversation: others, Microsoft Outlook, Zoho, and others. Then you can even have a look of the team inbox, sent, scheduled, or anything like this. You can even have the templates, email templates over here, email tracking, SMS, or chat. You can go ahead and view the analytics part. So this is basically very important, that many of the tools are lacking, but now you are good to go with the fresh cells. You can go ahead and go to the admin settings like custom modules, leads, contacts and accounts, deals and pipelines, teams and territories. You can even manage how to communicate with the prospects and customers. You can even have LinkedIn lead generation forms over here as well. So this is a very great type of lead generation. And then you can even go ahead the plus over here, and you can add a quote, add tasks. This is sales activities over here. Then you can go ahead and go to the email section, and then you can just set a reminder for yourself. And this is actually all about this fresh sales. So go ahead and try this tool. How much you explore, you are good to go with all the management. You can download the Fresh Sales mobile app itself and keep your sales organized wherever you are. So it also supports the email integration. Then you can just connect your email account to send and track mails right inside the CRM itself. So all in one point. So let's now move on to the next tool. So the last but not the least tool is Bittrex 24 CRM. So this is a powerful tool that combines CRM features with collaboration tools, great for the small teams. So just to come over here, you have to go to this bittrex.com and you can get here and start for free, or you have to get started with. Then once you start it for free, as we are a beginner, we'll start it for free, and then you can see you can have this template, and I'll go here and sign up with a Google account. It may take some time depending upon your Wi-Fi speed, but then it is worth it. And you can see it is a very eye-soothing dashboard over here. The UI is great. And then you can see over this and click on to continue, and you can specify how big is your company. So I'll just click on over more than 250 people, or you can just skip it and continue. What do you do? Digital marketing, or you can say real estate. So I'll click on this digital marketing. And what is your position? I will say as a sales manager. You can just click on to finish, and let's see what it is up to. This eye-soothing UI has just appeared, and you can see this is the dashboard, and you can see this is the deal section, the inventory section, the product catalog, customers, the contacts, companies, signing parties, vendors, and the contact center. You can have the sales, invoices, estimates. This is all the paid plans, I guess. You can even have a sales channel, and even have the import from the third-party CRM solution presets. Then you can go ahead with the real-time analytics like the sales funnel, employee performance, call analytics, and everything. This Power BI analytics is just closed. Maybe it's for a paid plan. The smart process automation, then settings, the CRM settings, my company settings, CRM access permission. So some of the features are basically for the paid plans over here. So let's move on and see. What do you mean this booking? So this is basically booking your calendar. So auto reminders and confirmations via SMS and WhatsApp. All contacts are saved to the CRM, waiting list and overbooking to keep the resources busy. Complex booking schemes involving multiple resources, book resources directly from the CRM to deals. So let's move ahead and click on start now. I have to just add a resource over here. You can add and book nearly anything, a doctor, a car, or a property. So just go ahead and add a resource over here. So for this you have to upgrade. So for now we won't upgrade. So then we'll move on to this marketing. What does marketing stands for? So here you can actually create a campaign, either an email campaign, SMS campaign, messengers, voice broadcasting, and audio call. So you can even create your audience using the Google Ads, Facebook audience, or Facebook alike. Then some promoted posts, you have Facebook ads and Instagram ads that actually go well with the marketing, and then you have sales boost for the repeated sales. So then you can just move on and go to the sites and stores. So let's see what is there here. You can create your own site with an easy to use and create your own website with Pilot. Okay. So let's move ahead and create. It's a very interesting one. So these are for free. Web designer, recruitment agency. So you can just go ahead and click on sites and stores. And you can click on create again, and you can click on. So these are very popular templates available over here. You can go ahead and create one. So this is the AI enable copilot. So you have to just actually apply selection to all users, and you can just save. And I'll just go ahead, and then you can come to the collaboration part. This is very necessary for the feeds, messengers. Hi there, your virtual assistant, happy to answer all the questions. So basically you're even getting a virtual assistant over here as well. So this is the CRM with AI, and then you can go ahead and see the Power BI builder, then employees and automation, and so on. So e-signature for HR is also available over here. No data in this page available because I have not added in. So you can just go ahead and add your own things. So this is basically a must try tool for the CRM people, and It offers the built-in chat, the task management, and calendars, so you can collaborate easily with your team. So now manage your deals by going to the deal section, entering details like your deal name, stage, and value. So don't forget to explore automation rules and triggers that can save time, although some features have limits on this free plan itself. So guys, that's a wrap on our quick demo of these three free CRM tools, the HubSpot CRM, Freshsale CRM, and Bitrix CRM. So each has its unique strength. So you can pick the one that best fits your business needs. So that's our wrap on our quick demo for the 4 CRM tools. So guys, congratulations on completing the CRM with AI course. You have taken a huge step forward in understanding how modern customer relationship management works. Starting with the core concepts that every business needs to know. From there, you dove into the exciting world of AI-powered support by learning how to train ChatGPT to act like a helpful, intelligent customer support bot. So this is not just theory. You have gained hands-on experience that shows you how AI can actually improve the real customer interactions. But we didn't stop here. You also explored some of the best free CRM tools out there, giving you a strong foundation to manage the leads, automate follow-ups, and build the lasting customer relations without breaking the bank. So with these new skills, you have more than ready to bring smart, efficient, and human-like support into any organization. So keep practicing, stay curious, and don't be afraid to experiment. So the future of CRM is powered by AI, and you are now equipped to be a part of it. So keep going, keep building, and most importantly, keep helping customers in smarter ways.
Look at a time in the late 90s, what was happening with software development firms. So they used to follow waterfall methodologies. So there used to be expression like, sir, you have a problem. So what happened? So our client want a new feature to the software. We are already midway creating the software. We can't add the feature. So what does it mean? So there is a scenario where the change is asked. So why change? Change may be because of adding certain features, removing certain features, modifying certain things already given. What is wrong in that? Why can't we do the change? So now point here is not about doing the change itself. It's about the effort additionally it takes. Cost, money in terms of which is going out, the effort, then the scope which is going to change at the same time. You also need to put more efforts which will delay the project. So now, is it okay? So 90s, it was okay. Today, is it okay? A big question mark. So why is that not okay? So we need to understand that very clearly, right? I knew we should not have used the waterfall methodology for development. So is that an issue with the waterfall methodology? So answer is no. If it is today's scenario, answer would be yes. If it is 90s, answer would be no. So what changed in this 20 years or 15 years? The dynamics of the market changed. The behavior of consumers changed. So if you look at anyone who is using any product, it may be a software product or a hardware, like if you have a mobile phone or a television or any application, mobile application or application used on your systems. The upgradation of the new features and functionality of that is improved more and more, and consumer wants it more. And you have a very less time to respond. That is one thing. Second thing, there is a lot of competition. If you do not respond quickly, competition will take over. So for you to sustain and grow, it is very essential that you understand this dynamics and you need to respond quickly, which was a bit difficult when it comes to approach what is called waterfall model. Now, how do we address this? So what is that waterfall model is all about? Why is it difficult for us? So the methodology where waterfall model is used involves teams following a series of steps and only going forward after the previous steps are completed. So there is a wait time involved. So until the previous steps are completed, only then I can move to the next. So it is a slower thing. It would take certain longer duration. So it is best used in the scenarios where the teams are small and the project is expected to move in a predictable manner. So predictability is very important. When we follow waterfall methodology, predictability. The variation should be as lesser as possible. So what is that predictability I'm speaking about? As I create this product, as a results comes up, if it takes 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it's okay. So this is how the product would look like. The predictability, how the product would look like, how that particular output would come. So when is that going to come? Is it okay? If I bring that result after 2 years, is that okay? So if everything is okay that way, without any variations as such, very less variations, then it's fine. So because of following waterfall model, uh, what is that methodology? What is that flow? We need to understand that. So requirements gathering and documentation is the first thing what used to happen, which is true in agile methodologies also. But the main difference here is the requirements gathering and documentation happens in detail, a comprehensive one. Now, once that is signed off, only then it is moved to the design. Now, based on that requirement which is gathered, which is full, comprehensive, then the design will happen based on that. The consideration of process, the products, the people, the environment, then the design happens, which is again a detailed design. Now, once the implementation starts, if you find any deviations, the correction needs to be done. Since the design is in detail, the deviation possibility is as less as possible. But the challenge comes up when the dynamics in the market, when the dynamics of customer changes. Customer asks for change, then you may require to do the change. Now, when you want to do that change, you may require to do that change only after understanding what would be the impact of this change in the entire output which you're going to create, which is very comprehensive one. So because of this, it consumes time, it consumes extra effort. So it may be a scenario where the scope of work is reduced as well. Even after that, this exercise has to be done, which will delay the project. So this was okay. So when this model, when things were done, things were taken up for changes, it was okay because the consumer behavior, as I mentioned, there is a lot of wait time for the consumers also. So there was less competition, but today it is not. I need to go quicker. So because of this, what are the disadvantages which has came up to the consumers or to the organization who actually follow waterfall methodologies in today's scenario? So what could be those? So making changes would be difficult, as I mentioned earlier. So then it doesn't focus on end user client, customer perspective value. So today I think more and more we're speaking about creating a value in the consumer perspective, customer perspective. And the time it takes for consumer to realize the value, how long it takes, the more it delays in realizing the values by the consumer, there is a delay in terms of making your product impression better in the consumer's mind. So competition will take over. So your existence will be in bigger threat. So testing phase is delayed until most of the project is completed because it has to follow step by step, wait the things to complete and then testing happen. Then measuring the progress within the stages is difficult. So why is it difficult measuring the progress within the stages? Because the deliverables or the metrics what are defined to measure at a milestone and at a end of the phase to understand whether everything is delivered as part of it. Now let us look at how Agile is going to help us to address these disadvantages mentioned in waterfall model. So what is Agile? The basic meaning of Agile is to move faster, be flexible, respond to change, etc. But to accomplish this, there are a lot of methodologies. Now, there is something called Agile Manifesto and 12 Principles of Agile, which we need to understand. So, following this, accomplishing this can only help us in becoming Agile. So in 2001, Agile was introduced. So that's where the term Agile came into picture, where people start realizing what is Agile and why should we adopt that Agile methodologies. So while it was introduced, so Agile Manifesto was also released. It's a set of principles used in project management and software development. So basically there are 4 points which we need to understand very correctly, very clearly, so that we can able to understand what is Agile is all about. Right? It enables team to deliver value to their customers with ease. So agile team deliver work in small but usable increments. Then evaluation of the requirements, plans and results takes place continuously. This allows teams to respond to changes quickly. Now change was one of the scenario what we were speaking about. Now responding to change quickly is one of the disadvantages what we spoke about, and here it is addressed. It is considered to address, that is very important. Now, when we respond to change quickly, it is not that I just quickly responded, but I did not address that problem or that scenario. It is very essential to address that scenario as well effectively and efficiently. So now Agile is a concept, right? So it has a detailed manifesto based on which all the Agile methodologies are created. So what is this Agile manifesto is all about? So it was created during February 2001. So which details out the values and principles of agile processes, which says there are some values which is mentioned in the left, which has more weightage compared to the one which is in the right. Now, when we say this, for example, let us go one by one. Individuals and interactions over process and tools. So, are we saying we don't value the process and tools? That is not the case. Now, let us look at what were the typical issues or challenges anyone would have expressed regarding the processes. So, delay, maybe bureaucracy, and they cannot have a flexibility to move faster. So, basically, delays because of the approval which is not happening because of the processes. Now, how do we address this? So, can I eliminate the process itself? Answer is no, because in the absence of tools and processes, none of the things which we can do easily can exist. So, it should be there. Process and tool should be there. The way it should be defined, it should also ensure there is individuals and interactions, encouraged to have that individuals and interactions while having the process and tools. So, next is working products or comprehensive documentation. So when we say comprehensive documentation, as I mentioned in the waterfall methodology, during the requirement gathering, during designing, there is a detailed documentation which is made. So which take a lot of efforts in creating those. Now, while delivering the challenge, what anyone was faced was the change which is coming up and making changes to these documentations, which is an additional effort. Now, if we have a working products, if I have a bigger product, in that a module of that, I keep creating every small modules of it and start integrating to the base model. Now, I will only focus on the documentation for that particular model working piece, which I am going to create in the next iterations. Then my documentation changes are less. And also the way I'm making the documentation is, initially I would have a full skeleton of the entire product which I'm going to create, the roadmap. And upon that I am going to making the detailed documentation for that, only for that working piece rather than the full product itself. Then these working piece documentation which I am going to create, as I create the working pieces, I am also getting the feedback because I am doing the interactions with the users, the consumers, the end users. So I get the feedback, I keep making the changes quickly, and then documentation will become accordingly. The small pieces of documentation which happens with those small working modules which are created, and those are consolidated over a period of time. By the time the product ends, you have a comprehensive documentation. The project ends, you have a comprehensive documentation. So it saves a lot of time. So documentation is important, but the way we accomplish the documentation is one by one, not in one go. Next is customer collaboration or contract negotiation. So any engagement or any relationship or any business, can it happen in the absence of contract? Answer is no. There should be a contract. Now, how this contract should be when we want to follow an agile? It should allow the customer collaboration. Why are we collaborating? To understand what customer is required, to understand what customer needs is fulfilled, right? So now this requires a lot of flexibility in the contract itself, so that commercial is one area which gets impacted, and there should be guidelines for that also in the contract. So that during the collaboration, during the change, during the effort being put, customer is also informed what is the change which is going to happen in terms of commercial as well as time and everything, so that it is documented in the contract, so there is no confusion. Responding to change or following a plan. Now I cannot have a rigid plan, as we were speaking about waterfall methodology, so that we need to go like this only. So based on the scenarios changes, so we may require to change your directions and move faster. So responding to change requires a specific flexibility which is required in the plan, so that I don't have a plan which is very rigid, and that provides some flexibility. That's how I can able to create my plan, so that I can able to move or respond to that specific scenarios which are changing. So this is called Agile Manifesto, and this Agile Manifesto has 12 principles associated with this. Now, keeping this Agile Manifesto on 12 principles, all the Agile methodologies have created their own approaches and framework. Now, let us look at what are those 12 principles, the Agile principles. So, Agile principles. So, here are some of principles that need to be followed to make a processes agile. So, first principle is about customer satisfaction. So, one need to satisfy the customer through early and quick delivery of the product. Now, someone who is hungry, if you give them a water or a food immediately, a piece of bread, at least there is some satisfaction, there is some realization, yes, I got it what I need, so energy is back. So it is very much required to ensure seeing things in a customer perspective, and customer is satisfied. So customer satisfaction is not a result of the survey what I do. It's about how I deal with the consumer, what is that impact, the perceptions I'm building with the consumer, and what do I know about my customer? Do I really understand the pulse of my customer? How associated am I? How close am I? How am I collaborating with the customer? That will help you to understand how satisfied your customer is. It is very essential to consider customer satisfaction. And the second principle would be welcome change. So changing needs need to be addressed even late in the development process. So change can happen anytime. Now these changes should not become a challenge. So there should be a flexibility in your design itself which will bring in. So that is the reason I think when you move faster, so it doesn't mean that you eliminate or you just keep introducing the defects and move faster. No, that is not allowed. So whenever there is a change in the feature, whenever there is a change to some specific product functionality, accommodating that should become easier. Whatever the methodology I follow, that should help me in terms of accommodating. So I should be welcoming changes. It's okay for me to have the change. So that is not a challenge anymore for me. So principle 3, deliver frequently. So ensure software is delivered frequently, focusing on shorter time scales. As I was mentioning while discussing the manifesto point, like I keep creating a smaller piece of product modules so that I keep putting into the base model and integrating those. And ultimately, once all the features functionalities are integrated, we have a product with all the features and functionalities. So this needs to happen more frequently. So the release of those working piece should happen more frequently, more repeatedly, so that customer is seeing those working piece and experiencing and giving their feedbacks. So quick changes to those working piece, making that will become easier. Then work together. So when I say work together, it is very essential that developers and business individuals need to work together through the course of project, which means involvement of customers, involvement of suppliers, involvement of your own team. Everyone should work together. Each one should understand each other's perspective view. If there is no proper understanding about each other's perspective view, it is quite obvious what was expected, what was delivered would not match. So there should be correct understanding. To have that correct understanding, one should work together, collaborate. So they should speak, express, which is very important. So feedback has to be given by consumers regularly. Similarly, the organization who is doing the project should also keep giving the feedbacks to the suppliers to make necessary changes. And once it works together in a unison, I think that would help in terms of bringing out the results the way it is required. That would help customer to get the value. Motivated team. So projects need to build around motivated individuals and they must be trusted to get the job done. Means when will the team get motivated? When the work what they are doing is acknowledged. When the work what they are doing, the results are seen, experienced, and then feedback is given. There is an opportunity for learning and contribution. Their contribution is acknowledged. Only then team is motivated. When there is a motivated team, when team feels there is someone with whom they can look up to, it is quite obvious team will also come up with certain set of innovation in their mind, giving their feedback as well, involving themselves in terms of getting the results what is required. So it is always essential to ensure the team which is involved in creating the products is always motivated. So I think when we say team, the conflict also come across. There may be a clash between various different thoughts and preferences. So one cannot just shy away. Being a manager, one cannot shy away from it. He or she should involve, sit with the team, resolve those, put things in the right direction. So interpersonal skills are very important here. Next, face-to-face interactions. So which helps in terms of most efficient means of communication, which helps in terms of giving a proper clarity in terms of what is required. So that I sent an email, I expect the person to do it. That is not the case what we're discussing about. So more and more interactions which should happen face to face so that each other understand what requires to be done. And there is a quick feedback which can happen when that particular interactions conversation which keeps happening. So one can understand other perspective view as well. Then working software. So it is a primarily the deliverable which you're speaking about, which has to come regularly. So more and more working piece as it comes. Customer can give feedback based on their experience on this working piece. Instead of just imagining something and then giving the feedback. So it should not look like an hypothesis or something which is in the dreamland. So I told something, the person who heard visualize something else. It should not end up that way. Instead of that, give the working piece, expect the consumer, the user to give the feedback. so that it helps in terms of creating that particular product ultimately which is usable and which is going to create value to the consumers. So next is constant pace. So agile process promotes sustainable development. So it should not, I did it and I sleep. I did it and then I'm waiting for something else. No. There should be frequent deliverables which is happening. So there should be constant movement from left to right, from beginning to end, so that the deliverables which are expected keeps happening so that consumers or users are realizing the value of it. So it should be constant pace, the velocity, the speed which needs to be adopted. Then good design. Agility can be improved by focusing on technical excellence and good design. So when we say technical excellence and good design, it is very essential to understand insight towards what is that product being delivered, insight towards what is the technology being used, insight towards the processes, the capabilities, skills. So when all this comes together, when people sit together and focus on creating that product or services, so they are putting the effort towards designing it appropriately so that that will fit for purpose. So since things are moved step by step in terms of creating a working piece, the detailed designing of that small working piece would happen, which can happen quicker as well. And since these are going and fitting into the architecture, which is basically open architecture kind of scenarios, what we are speaking about. So all those modules, what you create, you keep plugging into it so that you are designing that small piece is quicker. So instead of designing the entire system as a whole in detail, you're just creating that small pieces and fitting into that architecture which is open, so pluggable. So that gives flexibility as well, and changes to the design will become easier if it's not working, and the agility helps in accomplishing that. Simplicity, the amount of work that's not being done needs to be minimized. Meaning when we say simplicity doesn't mean less, right? So the appropriate number of tasks, the minimum number of tasks which needs to be done, and mostly I think all non-value adding activities and processes would be removed. It has to be removed. So the more optimized, more simpler in terms of handling things is always good, so that only those what is required to be done are done. So it is very clearly visible and there will be clarity. Self-organization. So when we say self-organized teams, who is not capable of everything, but when you look at a team as a whole, each one has different skills, many skills, not one or two skills, many skills which they are complementing to each other. So they come together, they discuss together, they focus on the architectures, requirements and design and address it together. So team is also owning. The ownership is one thing when it comes to picture when we say team. So here since team is actually taking up that ownership and organizing themselves to accomplish the results, the products, what is required. So then obviously the results will happen the way it is needed and they will become accountable as a team. So they cannot have a blaming scenario where because of one or two members it is happening. They should collaborate better. They should be self-organizing what should happen. So next is reflect and adjust. So when are we going to reflect? Reflect upon what is that happening, learn, understand, keep learning it. Having a reflection to that what is happening means responding to that so that improvement can happen quicker. Effectiveness can be improved by the team regularly reflecting on it. So team is also understanding, team is also having that accountability to ensure that necessary adjustments, necessary actions are taken to make those changes and corrections quickly. So these are about 12 principles. So which helps that accomplishment of manifesto points, the four manifesto points what is mentioned. So keeping these four manifesto points, four values which is mentioned in manifesto and then 12 principles. So keeping these in mind, any agile methodologies have their own approaches and they accomplish all of this. So further, let us look at some of the advantages, what would be there when following agile. So we looked at the disadvantages, what we have when we follow waterfall. So did we overcome those? The disadvantages what we had in waterfall, did we overcome that using agile? So what are the advantages of agile? So agile is helpful in terms of handling large amounts of interactions between client and project team because it is throwing lights on it. The importance of interactions, the importance of collaboration, the what is that self-organized teams. It is spoken more and more. Then improve transparency to clients in every phase of the project. How this transparency? Because customer is seeing those products. The products with features and functionalities are seen. They're experiencing it, and based on that, they're given the feedback. There is nothing something hidden. Like when I go with waterfall, till the end of the project, customer don't know what is going to come out as a whole. But here, since the working piece is given regularly, Customer is seeing it, the users are using it and giving their feedback. So interactions increased. So visibility towards what we are creating a results is more, right? Then the delivery of the output is predictable and can sometimes be earlier than expected because we know what is being delivered. More and more clarity users are obtaining. At the same time, the team which is creating is obtaining. Because of it, the pulse of the customer, the directions are clear. Accommodating changes, which was a challenges in it was a big challenge in waterfall methodology, has become easier here. So then the cost of the project are predictable and follow a rigid schedule. So it is very easy to handle the schedules because more and more you interact and more iterations or in creation of small working piece of a product, working module of the product. So now as you progress in that, you understood the environment better, you understood the clients better, the customers better, the expectation better, and moving faster. So that will become easier for you. Now you have become predictable. You can predict easily what is that going to happen ultimately. So more and more visibility you start getting. So handling things will become easier. So then it allows for changes to refine and reprioritize the product backlog. So when I say product backlog, we need to understand the various different user stories what is written to deliver. So that is a list of deliverables, product backlog, what are there. Since we already know what are the things needs to be created, so this helps in terms of prioritizing those, changing the priorities based on the change scenario, and then taking the pace, taking the speed accordingly. The client can provide the priority of features, allowing the team to ensure maximum project value. So since it is visible, what are the user stories, what are the epics written, what is that order, priorities, order of priority what we have kept. Now the change scenario obviously tells us, do we really need to change this? Priority of which feature has to be done first. So that will become easier because you have the list, only changing that order in the list and then going forward accordingly. Integration is not an issue because we have the base model which can integrate all of this together with no issues. Now then by focusing on needs of the users, the team can deliver value to the customers. So users are involved more often. So user pulse is understood, what user requires is clearly understood. So delivering that value to the customer will become more easier and simpler. So then project is broken into smaller units with high quality development, testing and collaboration because you have that flexibility. So since you have better visibility, you can able to do this and you move one by one, iteration by iterations, you progress further. So those were the advantages of adopting Agile. Now keeping that Agile manifesto and 12 principles of manifesto. So what are the types of typical Agile methodologies we would come across? So there are few which we are going to look at as part of it, which we need to know. So these Agile methodologies definitely considers the Agile manifesto points and then they demonstrate it in their own way. Now Agile methodologies perspective, let us go one by one. So some of them to look at. The first one is XP, that is extreme programming. So this is the framework that enables teams to create high quality software and improves their quality of life. So it enables software development with appropriate engineering practices. So and then when is it applicable? So it is applicable to the scenario where changing software requirements to handle risks caused due to new technology while working with a small extended development team, to use technology to allow automated unit and functional tests. So that is about extreme programming. So next let us look at Kanban. So Kanban is a methodology which is used to design, manage and improve the flow of system. It is actually called as pull system, so visual system. So everything which is actually put on a board and it is visible to everyone, what work need to be done, what is in progress, who has to do, it is very clearly visible. So organizations can visualize their flow of work and the limiting their work in progress. So what is limiting, what is stopping is clearly visible. So generally, if I look at whenever, I'll just take a scenario of a meeting and minutes of meeting, which always discuss about it. Now, when there is a minutes of meeting shared with many people who have participated in the meeting, there are certain action items given to them. For example, now these action items will have a target date to complete and accordingly, those needs to be closed. Now, when the next meeting happens, when you look at that action item status, majority of them are not addressed. What could be the reason? Is that people are not sensitive about answering or addressing those? So more than that, the prioritization changes. So one important thing we need to understand how Kanban works here is It is a visual system compared to that minutes of meeting which is not visible to us always. The Kanban board is visible to us always. So one which is visible to us always makes us put a conscious effort to close it because our name is indicated on the board. The work need to be completed is mentioned against our name. Then we need to take it up and then close it. So it pushes it. We will put a conscious effort because it is visible. And I cannot build any stories telling that why I did not do, why did I not consider this as a priority rather than consider something else as a priority. So this Kanban straight away addresses it. And then it's also called as pull system because people pull the work from it and then complete. Right. So where is this applicable? It can be used in situations where work arrives in an unpredictable fashion. So that means it gives a lot of flexibility in terms of adapting to the changes which are happening, the dynamics environment. So it is also used to deploy work immediately without waiting for other work items. So since it is visible, I think things can go smoother, easier, so that people are owning it rather than just disowning it. So now let us look at lean. So when we say lean, it is very important for us to understand that value is always in customer perspective and elimination of waste. These are the two things mainly spoken about. So lean is a set of tools and principles that aims to identify and remove waste to increase the speed of process development. It focuses on maximizing the value to the client, ensuring waste is minimized. So when you look at visualize a processes, process interfaces and the flow. So the interface certain way. So unless the output of one process or procedures getting into another process. So that flow should be smoother, like many pipes connected together and water is flowing. So let us assume series of pipes which is of around 1 feet in terms of diameter of each of the pipes. Water is flowing in between if you have a pipe which is of half a feet. Now what happens to the downstream after that half-feet pipe? The entire capacity in the downstream, even though it has 1 feet diameter pipe, it leads to the waste, underutilized capacity because this has become bottleneck. Now such bottlenecks, such the one which contributes to the waste has to be eliminated. That is very important. So value should be seen in the consumer perspective and that value would happen only through the series, value streams. Then in this value stream, the identification of the constraints and bottlenecks and elimination of waste. Now, what are the contributors of waste? So, waiting time, more often changing things, moving from one place to another place, allowing defects to flow, which leads towards a rework. So, all this, likewise, many things which actually end up in giving the waste. So, one has to visualize, understand, realize what are those non valuing activities and eliminating those is very important, right? So now when is it applicable? Lean principles apply to any sector where there is waste of any form. So it can be applied easily. So one is to know that. So that it should be effort which needs to be put with the objective to accomplish. So your ability to move faster, your ability to create that product which is more efficient. So only you can achieve it. The effective results can happen only when there is a lesser delays or lesser waste, non-valuing activities. That needs to be understood and eliminate those. So next, one of the popular methodology would be Scrum. So Scrum is a framework that is used by teams to establish a hypothesis, trying it out, reflect on the experience and adjust. It is used to enable teams to incorporate practices from other frameworks depending on the team's requirement. It's a simple framework which speaks about a product owner, a scrum master, a self-organizing team. So some of the terminologies what it uses is a sprint, daily scrum, product backlog, sprint backlog. So it's very essential to understand this framework. Simpler and able to adopt it is also very easy. When is it applicable? It is used when cross-functional teams are working on product development, when work is split into more than 2 to 4 week iterations. So these iterations are called as sprints, small time boxed iterations. So this will also help in terms of accomplishing the results, provides that flexibility and able to move faster. Then Crystal. So Crystal is an approach to the software development that focuses on people and their interactions rather than tools and processes. It is aimed to streamline processes and improve optimization. It works on principle that projects are unique and dynamic. each requiring its specific methods. So where is it applicable? It focuses on strengthening teams communication. It also focuses on continuous integration, active user involvement, and configurable processes. So these are the few agile methodologies which are there, which are more popular, more heard. However, we can come across many other methodologies like safe agile, which is a scaled scenario for more complex projects. So likewise, we have many methodologies which organizations adopt, and these are few for us to understand.
There are two main approaches to project management, the traditional waterfall approach and the agile approach. Originally, Agile developed as a way to better manage software development projects. Agile emerged in the late 1990s specifically in response to the challenges encountered when managing software development projects using the traditional waterfall approach, specifically addressing the burdens of heavy documentation and frequent changes in requirements. Agile techniques and best practices began to emerge and gain prominence in software development projects. This led to a meeting in February 2001 in Park City, Utah, where 17 leading software developers wrote what has become known as the Agile Manifesto. Let's review the Agile Manifesto for software development together. We are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. That is, while there is value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. Before you take your Agile Scrum Foundation certification exam, I recommend you memorize these 4 lines. We call them the statement of value. And you can see that on the right-hand side, those are items that are more relevant for the traditional or waterfall approach. And on the left, you have those things that are more agile in nature. Let's review each of these 4 lines. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Clearly, any project requires processes and tools. However, individuals and their interactions deliver better results when the emphasis is not on the processes and the tools. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Documentation here refers to things like status reports, progress reports, detailed specifications, which do not really demonstrate any real progress or value. Therefore, the emphasis is on working software that can be delivered and demonstrated. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Organizations need to be flexible and accommodating rather than following detailed definitions listed in contracts. Responding to change over following the plan. In Agile, small pieces of working software are delivered to the customer incrementally, and the customer is involved in the project from the beginning to the end. So in Agile, we are responsive to the customer and willing to make even mid-course corrections in order to deliver to the customer the value that the customer wants. Remember, you will be tested on these 4 lines. So again, I urge you to memorize them. In fact, knowing these 4 lines and having a feel for what they mean will actually help you get to the correct answer on many questions in the exam. Here we can see what it might look like to manage a project using the waterfall approach. You can see that the system and software requirements would need to be identified and documented upfront. That would be followed by the necessary analysis and program design work. Then comes the actual coding and testing. That's then followed by the handoff to the customer or to operations. As you can see, there is a heavy upfront cost of documentation, as well as the status reporting that would need to be done during the course of the project. You can also see that it would be difficult to respond to change in this kind of an approach. In fact, the Standish Group issued a study that showed that software development projects using the Agile approach succeed 3 times more often than when using the waterfall approach. The Standish Group defined project success as being on time, on budget, and delivering all of the planned features. The study summarized as follows. The Agile process is the universal remedy for software development project failure. Software applications developed through the Agile process have 3 times the success rate of the traditional waterfall method and a much lower percentage of time and cost overruns.
Now, let's talk about Scrum versus Agile. Firstly, let's have a look at methodologies. Now, Agile is a set of principles that are iterative and incremental. Agile has a number of different methodologies you can choose from. There's XP, Crystal, Kanban, even Scrum for that matter. Let's talk about Scrum now. Scrum is an implementation of the concepts of Agile. So basically, most of the important components of Agile can be applied to Scrum as well. It provides the customer with incremental builds that are delivered to the customer in the span of 2 to 4 weeks. An organization can be Agile, but not practice Scrum. However, an organization cannot practice Scrum without being Agile. Next up, let's have a look at projects. Agile is more suited towards projects that have a small development team that consists of experts. Whereas on the side of Scrum, it's usually better suited for projects that are subject to a large amount of change, and that too rapidly. Next, we have leadership. Now for Agile, a project head takes care of all the tasks and has a very important role to play in the process of Agile. A project head represents the entire team and is responsible for getting issues resolved by assigning them to the appropriate members of the team. In Scrum, there's no leader. There's a Scrum Master who can overall guide the Scrum process, but the team addresses issues by themselves. It usually involves cross-functional and self-organizing teams. Next up, we have flexibility. Agile is relatively more rigid than Scrum and cannot handle changes with ease. It also requires a lot of upfront development process and changes within the organization. With Scrum, you can enable teams delivery. Agile requires frequent deliveries so that they can get feedback from the end user. This in turn will help make the product better. The product is delivered as well as updated on a regular basis. With Scrum, after a sprint, feedback from the client for a build is provided to the team. Scrum involves daily Scrum meetings to review and get feedback to determine the next steps of the project. The next sprint is only planned by the team after the current sprint is complete. Next, we have collaboration. With Agile, collaboration involves face-to-face interactions with team members of other cross-functional teams. For Scrum, daily stand-up meetings take place with specific roles like Scrum Master, Product Owner, and the Scrum team. And finally, we have design. With Agile, the design, as well as its execution, it's relatively simple. With Scrum, the design and its execution can be innovative and experimental. So you might be wondering, which one should you choose? Now, among both these options, there's one thing that will remain common: Agile. Now, what you can decide upon is which Agile methodology you will be choosing. Is it Lean, is it Kanban, or is it Scrum? Now, if you do want to know more about how Scrum and Kanban are different from one another, you can check out our video, Scrum versus Kanban. Kanban comes from the Japanese word kanban, which literally means signboard. Like Scrum, Kanban is a popular Agile framework that is a visual system by which the work can be managed with ease as it progresses. Kanban uses something known as the Kanban board to make these things possible. With this, you can easily identify bottlenecks and then fix them cost effectively at optimal speeds. The main focus with Kanban is transparency. Since everything related to the tasks are on the board, everyone can keep themselves updated. It also ensures that teams focus on their current tasks until they're done. This limits the amount of work that's in progress. So on the Kanban board, work is divided into smaller, more manageable pieces. The work that's needed to be done is written on a note or card and placed on a board. Columns on the board help represent where each item is with respect to the workflow. Now let's have a look at what these are in detail. Let's find out how Kanban works. Now the board consists of three major components. There's the to-do list, which represents items that need to be completed. The ongoing column, which represents items that are being currently worked on. And the completed or the done column. Now these represent tasks or items that have already been completed. Now although this is a physical representation of the board, several organizations use software versions of the board that replaces the sticky notes with cards that can be moved from one column to another as work progresses. Now an example of such a software is Trello. So if you want to learn more about Trello, you can check out the link I'll be adding to the live chat in a moment. At this point, you guys must have realized how similar these two frameworks sound. So let's run through some more of their similarities. Let's find out how they are similar. Firstly, they both have principles of lean and agile, which means reduction of waste, and both of them are time-boxed and iterative approaches that enable product delivery in an incremental manner. Both these frameworks aim to reduce the amount of work in progress. This forces the teams to ensure that they focus on a smaller set of tasks. This also makes blockers and bottlenecks a little more visible. In both cases, the work is divided into smaller, more manageable units. Both of these frameworks use pull scheduling. Now this means that products are only built based on demand rather than forecasts. Transparency plays a major role in both these frameworks by helping them drive process improvement. And in both cases, the release plan is continuously optimized. And finally, both these methods aim to deliver releasable software often and earlier than expected. So now that we've reached midway, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys use Scrum or Kanban in your workplace? Or do you use these software for personal reasons? What exactly do you use these for? Let me know in the live chat. Now let's have a look at how these two frameworks are different from one another. Firstly, let's have a look at cadence. Cadence refers to the amount of time in a sprint or before a release. So when it comes to Scrum, the entire project is divided into time-constrained iterations. That is, into smaller, manageable units. But when it comes to Kanban, it's event-driven. The next criteria we're going to have a look at is release methodology. In Scrum, releases take place after each sprint, which usually takes 2 to 4 weeks to complete. For Kanban, releases take place in the form of continuous delivery. They happen in such a way that changes like new features, configuration changes, bug fixes, and experiments get to the users in a safe, quick, and sustainable manner. Next up, let's have a look at how changes are addressed in both these frameworks. In Scrum, no change can be made while the sprint is in progress. Once it's complete, changes can be considered in the sprint plan and then added to the sprint backlog. With Kanban, changes can be made at any time and incorporated into the workflow. Now, let's consider the metric that's being measured. In Scrum, for planning and process improvement, velocity, which is the measure of the work that can be completed by a team in a sprint, is the key metric. In Kanban, lead time is the key metric. This represents the period of time between a new task's appearance in your workflow and its final departure from the system. Next, let's have a look at how teams work in these frameworks. In Scrum, you need a cross-functional team to achieve your goals in a sprint. In Kanban, cross-functional teams are optional, but specialized teams that focus on particular aspects of the workflow are required. Now, let's talk about new additions. In Scrum, just like handling changes, you can't add any items between a sprint or an iteration. In Kanban, new items can be added to the board as long as there is capacity available for it. Now let's have a look at the job roles within these frameworks. Scrum has three major job roles: Product Owner, Scrum Master, and Scrum Team. With Kanban, you don't have any specific job roles. Now let's talk about representation. Or moreover, let's talk about how data can be represented. With Scrum, the board needs to be reset once a particular sprint is complete. With Kanban, the board stays persistent throughout the entirety of the project. And finally, let's have a look at project length. With Scrum, it's better suited for longer projects. And with Kanban, projects that can be completed in a shorter period of time are better. So which one should you choose? Now, selecting from these two methods is mainly based on the requirements of the team. Do you expect your project to be shorter? Do you want to make changes at any time? You don't want to set up job-specific roles? Then Kanban is the framework for you. Or do you want a long-running project with different job roles and involving cross-functional teams? Scrum is the answer for you. Based on the differences we discussed in the last topic, you can make an informed decision. Now, let's have a look at some of the popular companies around the world that employ both these frameworks. Some of the companies that have successfully implemented Scrum are Facebook, General Electronics, and Adobe. Companies that have implemented Kanban are Siemens, BBC, and SAP.
So, are you interested in becoming an Agile Scrum professional? Here we have Certified Scrum Master CSM Certification Training course. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
What I want to do, team, is I want to, before we get into the user stories, I want to go to the whiteboard and I want to just give you a little bit more information that might help us in organizing our discussion that we're about to embark on here. So a word that is not in our slides is themes. Themes are epics and user stories grouped together. You know, similar epics and user stories grouped together for planning purposes. So an epic is big. You would never do an epic a theme in a sprint. It's too big. So it's used for planning purposes. Below that, I would put epics. Epics are low priority, large user stories, meaning that an epic will eventually have to be disaggregated into multiple user stories. The reason it would be low priority is because if an epic was higher up on the product backlog, it would have to be more detailed. That's when you would break it down. So epics are usually going to live at the lower priority levels of a product backlog. And as user stories are completed and the epic rises in priority, it will eventually be broken down into more manageable user stories. So great big low priority user stories. Then we have user stories themselves. User stories are functions or features that the product owner wants to have developed. A user story turns into working software that provides value to the customer. And the product owner is the customer voice. The product owner is the one who would accept or reject completed user stories. And then there are tasks. And a reminder, when we were talking about the sprint planning meeting, we said the sprint planning meeting is got two parts to it. The first part is selecting all of the user stories that are going to be included in the sprint, and then disaggregating each of those user stories into tasks. That's done in the sprint planning meeting, and then those tasks are the things that are actually then done when the work of the sprint begins. User stories can be estimated in story points or ideal days. Most teams favor story points. They might start with ideal days, but they will then usually end up going to story points. Tasks are estimated in ideal time, which is usually hours. Okay, so now back to our slides. So at the top left, a use case could be an example of a user story. So it's something that the user wants to do and how the system should support it. A use case could be select and pay for items in a catalog. Now that could actually be an epic or maybe a theme, because maybe it would get disaggregated into log on screen, catalog, shopping cart, and checkout. But so the use case could either be a standalone user story, or it could actually be a number of user stories that would result from it. Below that requirement, it could be a functional requirement, a technical task, or even a bug fix. So I'm going to go back to the whiteboard, and a product backlog is going to have a lot of user stories that come from the customer, right? Whatever the customer wants done. But the team may know that it has to do some development work in order for the user stories to even be able to work. You know, there's some system level non-functional requirements that need to be done. And so there could be tech user stories. And then, can you see this low? I can't see your chats, but then there could also be defect user stories. There could even be risk user stories. Now, what could happen is that the product owner ranks these in priority. So this one first, then that one, then that one. And the team says, well, the only thing is that we have to do some development work before we can actually do user story 2. And so what we really need to do is insert that before the second priority user story. And so the priority of the user stories in the product backlog, while it might start with just being, you know, simple functional user stories coming from the product owner, it will evolve until it includes some other things that are also considerations when it comes to priorities, because of, you know, successor, predecessor relationships, dependencies, and things like that are considerations. A user story, back to the screen, bottom left now, the user story can use a fictitious user or a persona to help the team or the team and the product owner to get an idea of, okay, who's going to be doing this function, what are they going to need in order to be able to complete the function, etc. So you try and come up with an actual, well, a fictitious, but a person who's actually doing it, to kind of get out of the realm of, you know, listing requirements and, you know, specs and things like that, and say, okay, what's the user experience need to look like? Top right, template. A portion of a user story is, let me back up. So a user story card is usually going to contain a brief description of the user story using some kind of a meta-language format, like we're suggesting right here. As a user or persona. I want this feature so that I can. So not unlike our estimating session here. As a frequent traveler, I want to eat grapes so I can be healthier. In the one that we didn't do, the inventory system, as a customer, okay, there's a user. I want to get cash back so I don't have to wait in line at the bank. Okay, here's another user story. As a consumer, I want the shopping cart functionality to easily purchase items online. And maybe that could be customer as well. As an executive, right, as a suit, I want to generate a sales report so I know which departments need to improve their productivity. As a buyer, so you can see I tried to come up with these different roles right here: executive, buyer, sales rep, etc. And that's the format. As a type of user, I want some kind of goal or feature, and so that's some kind of a reason. Below that, connect the dots by writing all of the user stories necessary to uncover the entire use case. So like we were talking about right here, if you want to be able to purchase items online from a catalog, that might be multiple user stories in order to support that use case. And so, of course, we would want to be able to connect the dots and see where all the user stories fit into the overall goal of the project or release. And the stories, excuse me, are grouped to form an epic or higher level story, so epic or theme. Stories can then be split into child stories or tasks, and so that's what we were covering before, right? So you have themes up at the top. That's the biggest grouping, if you will, used primarily for high-level planning purposes. So you have your themes, then you have your epics, which are large user stories, low priority, and they're going to have to be broken down into smaller user stories. Like in the question that we had at the end of the last section where the product owner needed something done and the team said, well, based on the size of this user story, it's going to take 3 sprints to do. Well, a user story has to be small enough to be completed within a single sprint. So a sprint can contain more than one user story, but a user story cannot span sprints. So that feature or function that was in the question was probably more like an epic. It was something that would need to be disaggregated into smaller user stories, or perhaps it was more of a use case that would need more than one user story in order to actually deliver the overall use case. Let's see, as a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so that I can reallocate work the next day. Great user story description. Well done, Viraj. Did you hear that, team? As a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so I can reallocate work the next day. That is a well-crafted description of a user story. Now, here are some things that I want you to memorize. You were hoping I was done with the memorization part. So I want you to remember that we have to invest in our user stories. And I was going over to the whiteboard and I didn't change cameras, so let me do that. I recommend figuring out how you memorize best so that you can, not if you wanted to, what I recommend is being able to write out all of this stuff on plain white scrap paper in about 14 minutes, because that's the amount of free time you have in the tutorial when you're at when you're taking the test. Exin does it a little bit different. You maybe won't have a tutorial. The only time you'd have a tutorial is if you were at a center taking a test. Exin has other options, like you can do a paper-based test. where you get a third party, you know, a buddy or somebody who will agree to sort of proctor the test for you, or you can do it on your laptop all by yourself. And they have software that watches you while you're taking the test, and they require you to take the laptop and do like a 360 so that they can verify that you don't have any cheat sheets up on the wall or anything like that. But the point is you got to have this memorized, whether you're going to dump it out onto paper or not. When I took the test, I actually did the paper-based option. And that was because of some time constraints, and it was the quickest way to get me into the test. And so I didn't write out any of the stuff I'd memorized, but I had it memorized, and I had it memorized well enough that I could kind of recall it in my mind's eye. Okay, so we're talking about user stories, and you have to invest in your user stories. You know I like memorizing things by creating these charts that have the first letter of the word or phrase that you're memorizing in a separate column, and then I make up a story, you know, that reminds me that I've got to have INVEST. This one is pretty easy. Probably just invest works. So let's go over that. I stands for independent. Independent, meaning that each user story stands on its own. You don't have, when we're doing Scrum, you don't do a user story that won't result in working software. We just talked about the description of user stories, right? So it's a user that needs some kind of functionality for some kind of a reason, and they're all independent. Will they work together? Of course they'll work together if that's a necessity, but if you developed a logon screen, you could demonstrate working software for the login screen. There might be another user story that is, has to do with displaying the catalog and being able to flag or select items that you want to purchase. But there'd be working software for that. Would they work together? Yes, but each user story would complete or result in some kind of working software, and they have to be independent. Negotiable. Negotiable in the way the user story is going to be implemented. The product owner doesn't dictate to the team. The team doesn't say it's only this way and we don't want to hear anything from you. So there are discussions about the size and implementation for each user story. So the product owner can't make it so detailed that there's no room for discussion and the possibility of, the team coming up with solutions other than what the product owner was attempting to dictate. V stands for valuable, meaning each user story has to create value for the customer or the end user. E has to be estimable, as in estimatable, except estimatable is not really a word, it's estimable. And S is for small, has to be small enough to be done in a single sprint. If we're doing 2-week sprints, it has to be able to be done in 2 weeks or less. If we're doing 4-week sprints, it could be a larger user story, but it would still have to be done in 4 weeks or less. And then the last one, the T, is testable. Every user story needs to be testable, and it needs to be testable at 2 levels. Remember our triangle? It needs to be testable at the intrinsic quality level, unit tests, etc., and also testable at the extrinsic level, which is the customer point of view, which is acceptance. So every user story has to be testable. Okay, so that's invest, and so let's add that to our list of things to memorize. Invest. And then the next one we have here is the 3 C's of a user story. So the first C, team, is card. So user stories should be able to be written on a 4 by 6 inch index card or some media similar to that. Card. The second C is conversation. The user story card is the item that is used for the team and the product owner to talk and discuss in order to make sure that the product owner and the team are on the same page when it comes to what is actually supposed to be developed and what it's supposed to look like at the end. Which leads us to the third one, which is confirmation. Each user story essentially has to have acceptance tests in it itself. So card 4x6, conversation, that's the starting point. That's where the team and the product owner discuss. And then eventually there will be acceptance tests included on the user story card in order to be used during the sprint review to assure that it's acceptable, that there's confirmation. Okay, so, let's add that to the memorization list. So, 3 C's. All right, now I've got an example here of a user story card. So we're looking right here. And if you were to go out on the internet and search user story cards, they would be similar. There would be some differences, of course. But typically what you're going to have is you're going to have a title or a name for the user story. And then there's going to be some kind of unique identifier, like user story 321. Then there will be the description like we just talked about. As a librarian, I want to have the facility of searching a book by different criteria so that I will save time while serving a customer. Then there might be some other descriptive words or links to other information that might be necessary. And then there would be acceptance criteria or tests. Sometimes these get included on the back of the card, but the point is that they are on the card. Then there will be an estimate of size. It could be ideal days or story points. As I mentioned, most teams do story points. That's more likely what you'll be tested on as opposed to ideal days. But, we'll cover both so you understand the differences. There's probably, it's not listed here, but there's probably going to be a value point assignment. This is where the product owner kind of determines in a relative way the value of the stories. Just like we were doing in planning poker, the product owner might say, well, this story is twice as valuable as this other one, comparing them together. And this is what these value points are what's used to prioritize the user stories. That's supposed to be a V, as in value points. And then typically there's also going to be a indication, sometimes it's just by colors, it could be words, that has to do with, where the story came from. Did it come from the customer? That would be considered a functional requirement. If it came from the team, that would be from the technical domain. I'm trying to write where from. It's not me, team, it's the mouse. Clearly, it's hard to do that. That's from, where from. Here it's got customer, tech. You could also have defect. You could maybe have risk. And then there's also going to be an X factor, which would be some kind of word probably like stable, erratic, incomplete, something like that, to so that the team is designating the user story in respect to the amount of uncertainty or risk that's associated with that user story. And because all of that's a part of the story, right? The story is going to be turned into working software. There may need to be some efforts to actually figure out how to actually do that user story. So that's the X factor. Over to the right here on the same chart, we have some comments about if you are using a software package, like Trello or Jira or something like that, the user story cards will generally be able to contain more information using, dynamic links and things like that. Could even include things like a responsible team member, or depending on how you're doing it, you would break the user story down into tasks, and you might have team members assigned to various tasks for the user story. Okay, so that's typically what a user story card is like. Sometimes they're cards, sometimes they're like on sticky notes, and they're put up on a Kanban board if you're using Kanban to track the project. If you have a story that is too large to be completed in a sprint, it's going to have to be subdivided, or we call it disaggregation, into smaller user stories. And there's 3 ways that we're proposing here that you could go about doing that. You could split it based on operational boundaries. For example, as an operator, one needs to manage reservations, which could be split. For example, there could be one portion that is that has to do with making a reservation, another one that has to do with modifying it, and yet another one that has to do with canceling it. So that could be split into, in this construct here, 3 separate user stories. You could also separate based on exceptions or cross-cutting concerns. For example, in the beginning, develop only one main path, like accept repayment for a loan. Then address exceptions, like what if a person overpays? Then come up with a user story that recognizes that and processes a refund, and or gives the option of allocating the overpayment to a future payment or something like that. And then also adds on other concerns like the check access restrictions or record name of operator. So maybe, when you're working on accepting payments or processing refunds, it's going to check on who the operator is or track that, so that if at a later time, who was it that gave this refund here? Well, you could look and see, okay, the operator's name was recorded. Or maybe you put some restrictions so that maybe not everybody is allowed to do a refund. And so you would have levels of users that have different privileges. Okay, and then down at the bottom, split based on data boundaries. For an example, as an accountant, one needs to enter balance sheet information, which could then be split into summary information and separately receivable details, or maybe you could have AP, so you could have different portions of the overall balance sheet activities that need to be done. So enter AR, enter AP, etc. Make sense? So just to kind of prompt you, give you some ideas about what to do in a Scrum project if you have the scenario arise where a user story is being estimated by the team and it won't fit into a sprint. It's too big. Now, when it comes to determining value for user stories, this is primarily owned by the product owner, right? And it always comes back to money, but money, the value can be looked at from different points of view. So new revenue, obviously, getting new customers and having them buy stuff. Well, below that, there's another consideration, incremental revenue. So somebody's in the process of placing an order. Maybe there are some premium features that could be add-ons at that point in time, or maybe added later on. So you have an existing customer who actually buys more of or enhanced parts of the existing thing they already purchased or are in the process of purchasing. Retained value. So this is retaining customers so that they don't go to a competitor. And then the bottom one is operational efficiency. How could things be done to speed up the process of whatever it is, so that the cost of delivering the product is reduced. So this then leads us to a discussion about priorities, recognizing that there are some priority concerns that come from both the customer domain as well as the technical domain. And there are some prioritization models. If we look right here, there is value-based prioritization, and the hierarchy of that would be high value, followed by high risk, followed by high value, and then low risk, followed by low value, and then low risk. So, we might have written this a little bit differently, but that's value-based prioritization, and this is primarily the product owner with maybe some input from the team, just simply deciding what he or she wants done most, listening to the team say, well, there's some, greater risks with this user story than that, and so you'd probably want to persuade the product owner to take care of high-risk stuff first, because that would have an impact on the future things that need to be done. There's the Kano model, which looks at each of the user stories and classifies them as being mandatory, linear, or exciters. And the mandatory items are those user stories that are musts. And they'll never move the customer or the end user beyond neutral. It's if they're not there, it creates dissatisfaction. If the product owner and the team has done a good job in identifying what are the mandatory or threshold items, you would see that it just gets it to neutral. That's what's expected for the product. Linear items, user stories, are those user stories that as they are implemented progressively throughout the project and added to the feature set, it will linear increase customer satisfaction. And it can be, in their absence, dissatisfaction, all the way up to high implementation, creating a great deal of satisfaction for the customer. And then the third category is exciters and delighters. And those are features or functions, those are user stories that are not mandatory. And the absence of them will never result in satisfaction going below neutral. But by adding them, you could create excitement and delight for the customer. These would typically be things that are features that would be included in a premium version of the product, or maybe add-ons that are promoted, at the point of sale. Have you thought about this because it'll really help you, or whatever. So that's the Kano model, and then there's Uyghur's relative weighting method. And this is all using numbers. So each feature is given a value for its benefit, and its penalty, given a value for penalty, meaning what's the pain if that feature or function is not included. And then there is the cost side and the risk side. And then those are all calculated together, and that results in a ranking or a hierarchy, which gives you the priority for the user stories. We also talked about Moscow, didn't we? Did we talk about Moscow? Moscow is another prioritization model. Must, could, I said that differently. Must, should, could, won't. Moscow, M-S-C-W. Must, should, could, won't. And we talked about that one. Thank you for that confirmation. Does it seem like a long time ago, or is it just me? I know it was just last weekend, but it's like last year. Okay, so now let's talk about velocity. Priyanka, that is exactly right. So velocity is the capacity of the team to complete work in a single iteration. So the team has estimated the user stories for size or ideal days, and the sprints are going to be 3 weeks in duration. Obviously, not all user stories can be completed in a single sprint and be done with the project. Well, I guess maybe I shouldn't say obviously. When I'm saying that, I'm thinking, well, maybe you had a very small, short duration project, so you could. But the point is that it's the team's capacity to complete work in a given sprint. And it is an observation. It's not a prediction. So if we're working on sprint 5 and we're working on determining what our velocity is, then it would be the average of the previous 4 sprints. If there were any outliers, you would disregard those. And so it's an observation. If we look over to box number 2 here, velocity is used to deal with determining how many user stories we are going to include in a given sprint, and also how many sprints are we going to need to create a release or a set of user stories. And here's an example. In box number 3, a team completed 5 user stories that were sized 5, 3, 8, 13, and 2. 2 user stories, each sized 5, were left half complete. What is the velocity of the team? And the answer is either going to be 31 or 36. 31 is the sum of the completed user stories. If you were 36, you were claiming half of the 2 that were 5. So that would be a total of 10. So you claim half of it, which would be 5, would take you to 36. But it's not going to be 36 because the only thing that counts towards progress is working software. So even if the team had finished 9 out of 10 story points for a user story, meaning it's almost done, and then the sprint ends, that doesn't get counted towards velocity. And you don't mess around with velocity. You can mess around with your estimating, and you can mess around with what user stories are going to be completed in a sprint, but you don't. The velocity is not variable. It is what it is based on past performance. When it comes to levels of planning, we have what's called the planning onion. And let me walk you through this here. Up at the broadest area is the vision level. So the vision level, that's the suits, right? They're the ones that have the strategy and objectives for the company and where it's going. And so they have that overall big vision for the company, which is likely going to include products. And each product should have a roadmap. My example of that website that I'm working on has 3 versions which make up the product roadmap. Version 1 is the free site, version 2 is the membership site, and version 3 is the pay referral commissions version of the site. And the product roadmap is then supported by releases. So for my project, I have 3 releases. So all of the user stories needed for the free version are in release 1. All of the additional user stories that are needed for the paid version, the subscriber version, and then also for version 3, those are all releases, 3 releases. And then for each sprint, we will be pulling user stories from the release that we're working on. A release is likely going to take multiple sprints. And then the sprints are populated by the individual user stories, which are then disaggregated into tasks. And we do the daily scrum, which is the daily level of planning and coordination. So we call that the planning onion. We already kind of talked about the release and roadmap concept here. So let's just review this quickly. Prioritize high-level epics and determine goals and releases. So we'll use epics and themes in order to group things together. You know, what should be included in what's released. So what are the goals for the releases? Then the first bullet point, establish goals of release based on market demand, regulatory needs, or customer expectations. For each release, you want to estimate the target stories. Repeat until the target stories are assigned an iteration length. It's blending some things here. Be able to estimate velocity and then assign stories to the sprints. So we keep estimating the user stories and we keep organizing that until we can do that. We can come up with an iteration length, a sprint length, and then figure out what our velocity for each sprint is, and then assign stories to the sprints. The next bullet down, iterate until the user stories and release date meets conditions of satisfaction. So that's definition of done or acceptance for the release. And try not to pack too much into a release backlog. So just like you would not want to pack too many user stories into a sprint. You want to have the timelines appropriate and what are included in the events make sense. Okay, so here's a bit more about release planning on this slide here. You've got the product backlog here on the left, and then we might come up with a release plan, which could be flipped and could be looked at horizontally. And you probably plan about 3 releases in advance, or at least you're doing more of the detailed planning on that. Because things are going to emerge when we do, sprint 1 that's going to help in sprint 2, and things that happen in sprints 1 and 2 that are going to help release 3. And then you've got, your subsequent releases where we're just doing very high-level planning. It's called rolling wave planning, where we do detailed planning for things in the future in tandem with doing high-level planning for things in the future. Did I say that right? Detailed planning for things in the near term in tandem with high-level planning for things in the future. And we talked about deciding as late as possible, I believe, meaning that it's better to actually plan the later releases for purposes of making sure we have more information, the most information available. Okay, so estimation. Let's start at the top left. The principles behind estimation. Understand the cone of uncertainty, which is an estimate or best guess to begin with and then progressively becomes more accurate. In fact, let's just take a break and look at the cone of uncertainty. So at the very beginning of a project, there's going to be a high level of uncertainty. If I were to draw this chart, I would make it a little bit more like this. So clearly, you're going to de-risk the project as early as you can, and then eventually all risk disappears when the project is done. Risk is uncertainty. Okay, below that, the only estimate that matters is the one given by the team. Supported by this comment here, nothing is impossible for the one who doesn't have to do it. So the product owner is like, team, come on, you can do this. The team's like, no, we know what our velocity is. No, the product owner says, I'm telling you, There's no way that that can't be done. I know you can do it. I trust you. I believe in you. But the product owner doesn't have to do the work. Okay, top right, overestimation and underestimation is always going to be an issue that we deal with. It's more likely that we will underestimate than overestimate. And by looking at our velocity from iteration or sprint to sprint, there could be some information that is showing us that we're underestimating, for example, meaning we're thinking the user stories are smaller than they are, and that we can get, a certain number done in a sprint, and then there's a fail. Well, that would mean then that would be discussed during the retrospective, and then we would do something different going forward, which might include doing some re-estimating. Scrum estimating is not necessarily more difficult. However, Scrum exposes bad estimates sooner, which is a good thing. When we were doing our planning poker, you could see that the first time as a team, we didn't know each other. We didn't know everybody's thoughts and concerns. And those kinds of things, get shared and absorbed as a project goes on. And so there's a higher awareness of that. So what we would say is that using estimation techniques, Scrum estimation techniques, might be more inaccurate at the beginning of a project, but they will quickly become very accurate as the project advances forward. Let's see, there's a question here. Can velocity be increased over a period of time for the project? Yes, it can. Now, it's not that it will increase if the team is learning how to work together better and better. You would expect that, if I can just use my mouse here, if we were tracking velocity, so this would be points completed over here. Let me just do PTS for points. And down here is time. And we go from sprint to sprint, right? You would expect that maybe, the first couple of sprints, the team would be learning how to work together, and there would be a steep curve, and then it would kind of flatten out and maybe have, a slow rise going forward as the team emerges as a high-performing team. They get better at their cross-functional behavior. Somebody's sick, the team just keeps chugging along. Other things, oh, sorry. There, I bumped a thing on my screen there. So the team, learns how to work better together, and their estimates become more accurate, etc. And you would expect a high-performing team to have a result like this for velocity, where there's quick improvement, and then it kind of stabilizes and then begins to tick upwards. Okay, we talked about the cone of uncertainty. Let's talk about ideal time. When we do estimating for user stories, we do it in ideal days. When we do estimating for tasks, we do it in ideal time, which means hours. I think that's on the whiteboard, or it was on the whiteboard. Oh, it was on it. So ideal time is the amount of time it takes to complete a piece of work. But that's based on the notion that the team member or members are available to do just the work with no distractions or anything at all. So assuming that Priyanka could sit down at a keyboard and code for 8 hours without taking a break for lunch, no phone calls, no discussions, no meetings of any kind, just work 8 hours, how much could be done in that 8 hours by Priyanka? That's what ideal time is. But the thing of it is that there is no such thing as somebody being able to spend every minute of every day only doing work. There will be distractions. So it has to be converted into elapsed time. Now, we don't convert it to elapsed time at the user story level, but we do convert it to elapsed time when we are dealing at the task level. And what that looks like is, for each team member, you're going to have to do it separately because some team members have more distractions than others. Some might have other duties that pull them away. Whatever the case may be, you determine how much time in a given day a team member is available to do work. So say it's 5 hours out of 8 for one. Maybe it's 6 hours out of 8 for another. Maybe it's 4 out of 8, but you figure out what it is, and then you take the average, and that average availability is used then to convert ideal time into elapsed time. I should have circled this box here because we talked about this as well. And then I already mentioned this here, only considers actual work time, not the distractions. So that's the concept of ideal time. When it comes to story points, it's different than that. They are a measure of size relative to each other. So we were doing planning poker this morning where we were looking at grapes versus apples, and then we were looking at oranges and what else do we have? Watermelons and coconuts. And we weren't trying to figure out how much time it would take to eat grapes as opposed to how much time it would take to eat a coconut. It's clear that it's going to take longer to eat a coconut because there's more effort involved. So we have a sense that it's going to take more time. But comparing the coconut to our baseline of 2, right, we came up with a baseline of 2 for the smallest user story. We compare eating coconuts to that baseline and we say, okay, you know what, it's going to take more effort to eat the coconut than it is to eat grapes or apples. So you can do it like we did. You can also triangulate. For example, when we did our planning project this morning for me rather, at the beginning. Oh, that's not it. That is the daily stand-up. Here it is. If I had said, team, I want you to pick a small user story, a medium user story, and a large user story. And then we would then compare other stories to those 3, and so we would kind of triangulate on it. Let's say that we did, 2 was small. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Grapes was small, apples were medium, and coconuts were large. Well, if we then looked at orange and we said, well, orange is smaller than apples but bigger than grapes. So we would know this would fit in between grapes and apples. And so let's say, we had apples at 5 and grapes at 2, then we would say an orange is probably going to be 3. And the values, now I used, in our example, the modified Fibonacci series. What we do in Scrum and Agile, if we're using story points, we're going to use a nonlinear scale for the values. So down at the bottom here, there's the modified Fibonacci sequence. The way the Fibonacci sequence works, by the way, it's the value is the sum of the 2 on the right. So let me break this right here because this is a modified Fibonacci. So 13 is 5 plus 8. 8 is 3 plus 5. 5 is 2 plus 3, and 3 is 1 plus 2. If we were doing the real Fibonacci series, this wouldn't be 20. It would be 13 plus 8, which would be 21. I don't know why some use modified Fibonacci and others not, but that's just kind of a common thing to do. If you're doing planning poker, you give everybody 7 cards, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and 20. Another nonlinear scale is doubling, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. You typically don't go too far to the left with the values because that either means that you're being too granular or you've got stories that are probably too big and they need to be disaggregated. Now, somebody just chatted here, should some buffer time be included in the actual estimates? Let me answer that question first by going back to ideal time, and then I'm going to come back to story points and answer the question. When we're estimating in ideal time, we don't add a special amount of time that we would call a buffer. We just allow for the distractions and the interruptions, which could look like a buffer, right? You're saying, Priyanka, if based on your duties in the organization and our workday of 8 hours, you're typically available to be doing your project work 5 out of those 8 hours. So when we are converting ideal time to elapsed time, we will be building in extra time based on distractions and interruptions. We would not call it a buffer, but that's essentially what we're doing. Now, when it comes to user stories that we're using story points, it is different. The points are for the entire amount of the work. And why might we need to have some extra time for a user story? Well, it's likely going to be driven by uncertainty. There might be other things that impact it, but that's the main thing. Sorry, team. So when the team is estimating the size of the user story, they will be including in their discussion and estimates any extra time or buffer time that would be needed for that user story to be completed. So do we accommodate uncertainty when we're using story points? Yes, we're looking at the X factor, and if we've got an unstable user story, then we're probably going to say, this is going to be a bigger user story than one that's similar but has a much lesser level of uncertainty. So that's the story points. Let's compare the two. Ideal time uses things like hours and days, which is easier to explain outside the team, right? The suits like things in days and hours. Everybody's estimate may be different, not a bad thing. It's easier to do at the beginning because we're oriented to think about time. And it does kind of shine a light on wasted time. Story points are harder to explain outside the team. The suit says, well, how long is it going to take to do user story 301? And our answer is, well, that's a 10 user story point user story. And the suit's saying, what does that mean? Tell me how long it's going to take. So the suits have to be converted to story points. Now, here's the thing. It's a lot easier to get consensus when we're estimating in story points. And once we get good at it, it's going to be much faster. We have to remember it's not comparable across teams. So, a team working together will have its own kind of system for sizing the stories, and another team that might even be working on the same project will have a whole different scheme. And so if the velocity of one team is 25 and the velocity of another is 50, it doesn't mean that the team with the velocity of 50 is able to do more work than the teams whose velocity is 25. And we did, when we got our day going, we started with a planning poker exercise. And so, we used all of the team members. So we selected the team. The product owner was there to answer any questions. The team discussed each of the story cards and then decided what their vote was going to be. And then everybody voted at once. If there were outliers, they were discussed. And the reasons for that, those variances, those outliers, were then part of the discussion. And then we did another round of voting. And we would keep doing that until we had our estimates converge or we reached consensus on them. Okay, so advantages of planning poker: it's fun, it's quick, it gets the whole team involved. The team understands a little bit about all of the stories. Everybody contributes his or her expertise, and the discussion during the estimation provides clarity in the direction approach and even a bit of design. If we were in the same room team and we were doing a planning poker activity like we did at the beginning of our day together, we would be able to, model it a little bit better. Or if we tried to unmute everybody, but you could hear the background noise. I've tried doing it, it doesn't really work. But you get the idea that if the team's discussing and things like that, you would actually get to the point where your estimates would converge and the team would say, okay, this user story size is, whatever it is. Okay, so we need to wrap things up for the day. So we are ending right here. And that means tomorrow when we get together, we're going to be doing slide 20, or starting with that, which is affinity estimating. And let's see, affinity estimating, we go through that. We're going to talk about tracking progress using information radiators. And then we're going to talk about what we do when we find variances between the plan and the actual results. And then we'll have our quiz. So we're almost finished. I think we're good on time.
So are you interested in becoming an Agile Scrum professional? Here we have Certified Scrum Master CSM Certification Training course. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
Now let us look at a typical scenario of an organization where the need of user stories would come in. So looking at this scenario, so an organization would have a scenario where the existing products are sold very well in the market, and they may think about introducing new product, or they may think about introducing a new feature or functionality to the existing product. So the scenario what we are considering is, it says our previous product sold really well in the market. Now let's think about new products. So we'll need to make sure we can understand the requirements and fulfill the requirements. Now, how do you do this? So how are you going to understand the consumer requirements, user requirements, and how is that going to help the user to accomplish the requirement and fulfill the need, whatever it's required to be fulfilled? So user story helps. One who understands the user stories would look at the perspective of the users, and these user stories provides those insight towards what user would exist. So as we go through, we will understand in the perspective of the users, the requirements, and how user stories helps in terms of fulfilling those requirements. This requires a certain amount of visualization. Let us see what it is. So what are user stories? User stories are an agile software development project management tool that provides users with simple natural language explanations of one or more features written from the end user's perspectives. So for a given product, we may have many end users. So we may develop an application within an organization and use that application for an organization. That is one scenario. Second scenario is, we create a product, we sell it, and employees of our customer organization will become users of those products. These are the two scenarios. So having these scenarios, what kind of product it is, what is the objective of this product which is going to fulfill? So let me assume an HR application which is used for submission of claims from the employees. So what is that requirement? So this application should accept the claims submission from the employees of the organization, and then that needs to be processed and the claims needs to be clear. Now what will happen now? The user community, if you visualize, there is an user as an employee of an organization who submit claims. So there is an user in the finance perspective who is going to deposit the money. Similarly, there is an user who is going to approve. So many such user interfaces, we will see the existence of the roles of users, we will see who would be using these particular applications. So in their perspective, there should be an interface provided, there should be some privileges provided through which they would do their transactions and activities. When we write the user stories, we don't write them in detail. So a user story doesn't go in detail, it just mentions how a certain type of work will bring value to end user. So what is this role specific end user would be doing at that particular role in this particular product? What is the transactions involved? So the end user in this case could mean external end user or even internal customer or colleagues within the organization. So looking at these points, if I look at the same application, HR claim processing application, who are these internal users? The employees of organization. So who are these external? Maybe the people who sold this particular application to our organization. So they have installed it, they manage it. There is an administration role for this particular product. That is a role. Similarly, another set of internal users, maybe someone who is like from finance, from HR. So in each of these roles perspective, this particular product should provide the interface, and then there should be a transaction in their perspective, which is very important. So user story should explain this in very brief so that it helps in terms of visualizing what kind of interface has to be provided and why would this particular role use it. That is very important. So user stories also form the building block of agile frameworks like epics and initiatives. So what is this epics? What is this initiatives? Let us look at it. Now epics refers to the group of user stories where the large amount of work broken down into user stories. So many user stories together forms epics, which will provide certain insight towards how these user stories are connected with each other. So similarly, initiative refers to combination of multiple epics forming that initiatives. So which is very essential to group. So managing perspective, it will become easy. And also looking at the objective, what is that particular group of user stories, group of epics are going to accomplish. So user stories can also help ensuring that team work to goals of the organization through epics and initiatives. It should be looking at that objective exactly. What is the directions we are getting into and how these combination of user stories. So as an employee, I'm submitting my claims. So what is that required in that user's perspective? There should be a story. So I, as a finance person, I'm going to clear these claims. I'm going to pay the money, deposit the money. So that particular role needs certain interfaces. And that visualization requires how this interactions happens. So user story should help in terms of understanding those. So the requirements for making user story a reality are added later after discussing with the team. So we made a user story, we created a user story. It doesn't end there. So there needs to be a discussion which happens further to decide, yes, it is a valid user story. So this will also helps in terms of prioritization, which needs to be taken up first. So user stories are recorded on post-it, notes, or an index card or a project management software. And this would help in terms of prioritization or for tracking as well. So what is the advantages of user stories? So advantages of user story involves it helps in delivering high quality content because what is required to be accomplished in the user perspective, that will be very clear. Eases collaboration with team members because finalization on the user stories and understanding of the user requirements would happen after discussing with the team members. Each one would give their own viewpoints and prioritization of particular user story or keeping a specific user story or not considering that user story would be based on the feedback which team provides. This cannot happen in terms of having team members together and speaking about it. Helps understanding users better. So user roles are discussed, users requirement is discussed, and what is that they're going to accomplish through this user interface, that is also discussed. So user role is understood, user requirement is clearly understood by writing an user story. This will also help in improving transparency because since the collaboration is happening, since the user story is not just taken just like that, the discussion happens and that will have an interaction and collaboration. So definitely improves transparency. So now it reduces risks. So when I say risk, it's obviously uncertainty. So it reduces risk because the clarity one would have about the requirement of users. So accordingly, the features functionality of the product are defined so that they can fulfill those user requirements. Then supports iterative developments. As I mentioned earlier, the collaboration, the transparency, everyone working together, and in the agile perspective, user stories, epics, and initiatives gets into the specific iterations only after this discussion with the team members and after prioritizing it. So the user story will be there in the product backlogs, which will be prioritized based on that particular scenario of requirement. in agile scenario. So as when we say agile, it's quite obvious. We need to be flexible to the changing scenarios. So since we're working together, and when we go for an iterative mode of approach, it is quite obvious we're going for it to get adapting to the changing scenario, so that we can select that particular features functionality by pulling that particular epic or user story as a priority in the given list. So that prioritization making will also become easier. Focuses on vocal communications means lot of interactions happens while discussing on user stories. So since people are doing it vocally, so there is some personal touch also established. Good collaboration can get established. So user story also provides that visibility because of that people working together in a collaborative manner. Invest in user stories. So what is invest? So investing in user stories. So what does that mean? So it is a concept that helps creating meaningful user stories. So it stands for independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, sized appropriately, testable. So when I say independent, so whenever we write the user story, that should be self-contained, if at all possible, to avoid dependencies on other user stories. So it should be independent of one another so that each of them can be developed and delivered separately. So negotiable, so when we say negotiable, user stories can always be changed or rewritten. So at any given point in time, so we should be able to do that modifications required. So that should support the flexibility associated with the agile methodologies. So since requirements often evolve, changes, and these changes comes for various different reasons. So how do we change these user stories or modify this so that it can fit into the requirement, so that adaptation can happen to the changing requirements? So stories should be discussable and should be open for negotiation for any change scenarios. So next, valuable. When I say valuable, it's quite obvious. We're speaking about value, what is being created for the users or consumers. So a user story would represent the goal or an objective an end user who is going to look for. Means value is always in the consumer's perspective. So now I created certain features, functionalities, fine, but did that really create the value to the consumers? So the value realization plays an important role. So stories must ensure there is a value being added to the consumers and customers or users always. Otherwise, user story doesn't make any sense. So estimable. So when we say estimable, one should always be able to estimate the size of the user story. So sometimes developers may not have the experience required to size the particular situations or needed for a user story. Reasons may be anything. It may be not having specific insight towards it or don't know how to estimate. There may be someone specific who needs to understand that scenarios and then come and discuss. Reasons may be anything. So stories, if you cannot estimate, then it will become difficult in terms of handling it better. So it should give some visualization. So it should be estimable and can be divided into tasks. So now small means sized appropriately. So user story should not be very big or should not be too small. And then how do we decide on this size? So now when we say any user story that can be completed by a developer in single iterations, then can we call it as too big? Quite obviously that is again indicative. So user story should be subdivided into two or more small stories into multiple pieces, multiple stories, small stories, so that it can be handled better. So story should not be too big and should be completed within 40 hours or 3 to 4 days. These numbers are indicative. So not necessarily you should be fixing with this number. So just an indicative to show you that what would be the focus. When I say user story, in what is that effort it would take to accomplish that. Now testable. So when we say user story is testable, one has to ensure that development is complete and has been done correctly. So means once you create a user story, so that needs to be articulated in such a way so that it becomes measurable. When I say testable, obviously there should be metrics, a target metrics which can be created, which will help me to state, yes, this particular requirement is accomplished. So they should have an acceptance criteria that can be tested to check if they fulfill the customer's need. So then how to write user story? This is very important point to look at. So how to write the user story? So writing user stories comes up with a specific template with a simple language. So what is it? So now as a role, I want to, so you keep filling it. So typically role means what? The specific user role who would be using that particular product and their requirements which are being fulfilled. So that is the role. The name of the role we are going to put it here. So the role refers to an individual that would be interfacing or interacting with the system. Now, want to, when we say want to, the want or action which represents the behavior of the systems. So what is that it's supposed to do? This action would be unique to each user stories. Now, so that this refers to the benefits or results that non-functional and external to the system. As a result, what would happen? What is that we are trying to accomplish out of it? So let us look at an example. How does it look like? As a CEO, I want to track my subordinates' progress to ensure organization's goals are met. Similarly, if we take the reference to those examples what we discussed earlier, like we took the example of HR portal, so claim processing requirement. Now this can be same user story. As an employee of an organization, what can I write? So as an employee of this organization, I want to submit my claims online so that claim processing will become smoother, easier, faster without any errors. So that can also be a user story. So it gives certain visualization. What kind of users are there and what is that they need. So the moment you write the user stories, you should visualize that role. It is very important. So there is 3 C's of user stories, which we call it as card, then conversation, and then confirmation. So when we say card provides a written description of the user story. So what do I mean by written description of the user story? So same thing, the user story what we just saw as an example. So that can be written on a card. So this will help in planning and estimating. So and that will also gives that visualization of users and their requirement, so that can be articulated further and also estimated, so that it can looked in the perspective of invest. What is invest? What we discussed. So it is independent, it is negotiable, it is valuable, it is estimable, it is sized appropriately, means should not be too big, too small. The examples what we saw was appropriate and testable. So now when we see this particular user story, is it fulfilling all those points what we discussed in invest? That is very important. Now this card, whatever the description is provided, should elaborate on that very clearly. So then further what happens? Conversation. After the user story is written in a card and given, and it is shared with every individuals who is participating in that conversation. So then there will be discussion. So conversation represents discussion between users, team, product owners. So this helps in terms of whatever the user story is written, is it making sense? Is it in line with the user's expectation? And at the same time, whatever the understanding we have, maybe as a product owner or the team member, a developer, is my understanding correct? Then user perspective, so whatever the user story is written, is that user story is speaking about the requirement which needs to be fulfilled as they require. So this helps to build a shared understanding between all those individuals so that there is no confusion further. So once people converse together, once the stakeholders converse together, then you will confirmation. So this represents the condition that need to be satisfied to ensure that the story meets all requirements. So you are confirming. So all the stakeholders are agreeing to that. So firstly, to summarize this, 3 C's refers to card, conversation, confirmation. Card provides the user stories which actually represents, as we took an example, so which will capture that, so that it also fulfills the thought of invest. Then conversation is required to understand what is this user story speaking about. Is that a real requirement? So confirmation further in terms of confirmation from users as well as all the stakeholders before you go and develop or execute that. So what is life cycle of user story? So when we say life cycle, so we may require to understand a life cycle starts when you conceptualize, when you visualize, when you say this is what we may require to accomplish. So there should be conceiving, someone should conceive that idea. So it may be related to a problem, it may be related to a specific product for an opportunity what is seen. So whatsoever the reason it is, there is a scenario where something is conceived. Trigger may be a problem, trigger may be some issues what is being faced, trigger may be an opportunity what is seen. So then the initiative, the trigger which actually push towards creation of the requirements and user stories. So the life cycle of user stories starts from there. So how does it go? So it involves right from the point pending to do, then discussion, then developing, confirming, and then finished. So when I say pending, I'm basically saying user stories in their most basic forms, where they are created after communicating with the user and the project team. These acts as the reminder for further discussion. So first level of understanding on user stories in the basic form. So which will help in terms of further discussion and taking a call on that. So will there be a possibility that this user stories will be modified as we progress? Answer is yes and no, both. So it may be modified, but discussion is further which goes on from this basic understanding of that particular user story. So further discussion is to elaborate on that, make sense out of it and confirm. So then after discussion with the stakeholders, users stories that need to be addressed are decided and put into sprints. So in between the point where we said pending to do. So in between this, there is a lot of discussion. So where decision is happening here. So decided and put into sprints means there is a prioritization also which is happening. So now discussion. At this stage, users confirms the requirement and acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria helps in terms of once you test that particular user story after executing, you will check based on these acceptance criteria so that you can conclude the requirement is fulfilled. The end users are shown a preview of upcoming features so that they understand, yes, this is what we were expecting. They can provide their feedbacks, necessary feedbacks or insights, whatever is required to be provided. So then once the discussion is complete, the team would be able to design and implement features to fulfill user requirements. So once user concludes, yes, this is what we were expecting, and there is a sign off during the discussion, then features are developed and implemented so that it can goes to that product which can be used. So then after developing, confirming. So the end user confirms the user story, features are confirmed to testing environments, alpha versions and acceptance criteria are looked at before saying yes, it is confirmed, user is accepting. So that will happen as part of confirming, means that features or functionality what was written in user story, so that specific users are using it and concluding or acknowledging, yes, this is fulfilling our requirement and this is according to the acceptance criteria what we discussed and agreed. So that is very important. So we write a user story, fine, but users are not agreeing to it. That is not a good scenario to be with. User should accept and confirm, then finished. So the user story is completed at this stage. For new requirements or new features, a new user story must be created. Any new features or new functionality I am required to add to this particular product, then I would write another user story and the same life cycle starts, continues. And this is not an ending thing. So as I keep modifying the features, as I add new features, as I look at improving the performances, so I keep writing the user stories. Now one question keeps coming to me. So we write a user story while fulfilling the requirements. Fine, as a specific user, I want this. Easy to narrate that. So how are we going to look at a scenario where there is an improvement of something? So whenever we are going to discuss about improvement of something, it is quite obvious we need to look at it. What is that improvement user is looking at? Now when I am submitting a particular request or accessing something, it is taking some time, means there is some delay. Now user experience can be enhanced by reducing that particular time. That is improvement. As a user, the user story, basic user story doesn't change, but in the performance perspective, you may require to visualize that. So problem statement has to come in, accordingly user story has to be articulated. Then once the user story is written, it is required to put the user story mapping. So user story mapping represents and arranges user stories that help with understanding the system's functionalities, the system's backlog, planning releases, and providing value to the customers. So typically this involves arranging or organizing user stories based on the priority along the horizontal axis. So I will horizontally when you move, so I will say which one is the priority, which user stories are priority, first thing which I need to focus on. So vertical arrangements represents how in a given specific user story, how the activities perspective, task perspective, sub-task perspective, further down how it gets elaborated to improving the levels, how it goes forward. So now let us look at an user story mapping with an example of, let me say, net banking services provided by a bank for account holders. When I say net banking service, it is quite obvious. It is also has to be provided through having a product which banking application would use. So, but here we need to visualize the user's journey while accessing the net banking portal, viewing the account details, paying bills like utility bills, doing a lot of transactions within that particular portal, net banking access the moment they do, like generating statements or transferring money to one of the beneficiaries, etc. So all these transactions, so what is being done. So in this user story map, let us see how does it look like. So few activities are considered here, like logging into the account means net banking portal will come in, then one would input their credentials and then they log in. Now that journey of the users in a specific activity, what they do is visualized. Now log into account in the sense, obviously one has to go to that portal. So go to login page, then enter credentials, login ID and password. So once that login ID and password is entered, obviously there is a process engine which runs behind to provide the necessary access. Now, if that credentials are not working, or if I don't remember it, reset password is an option immediately. Now, as I go through further from this subtask, in all the particular columns which I have given here, as you go through this, as I deep dive into it further, it goes on. So until the person gets an access to the account and then start doing the transactions, it goes up to that level. So I can keep writing the subtasks further. So manage account. So you would go to account page once you access it. Then you'll select the specific account because you may have many different account types which is there with the bank. You may be having one or many. So in the scenario you have more than one, obviously you will select that account and account details will be displayed to you. So this user will not do, but user will get that. So we are visualizing that. And further, after account details are displayed, what user would do, then further you would keep visualizing that. So some of the transaction like generating statement, transferring money, so even for that the steps are written. So going to statement page, then selecting the account for which you need a statement, then selecting the period from when to when the statement one is requiring, and then further clicking on it and downloading that particular statement, or choosing an options mentioning that I need this in an email or I need an hard copy of this. So similarly transferring money, so you will go to that specific page where you need to transfer the money. So you may have the beneficiary there in the list already added if you have added earlier, or newly you're adding a beneficiary. So there are various types of transfers, like so international transfer you will have, local domestic transfer you will have, within a bank, accounts being within a same bank. Bank A to consumers. So from me, if I am a consumer transferring money to another consumer of the same bank, and vice versa. That is one of the options. Second is a bank consumer having and transferring a money to some other bank account of someone else. That is another scenario. Or transferring money for my own account in another bank. So various different scenarios you come across. So then limitation or depending on what kind of beneficiaries are these, what is the limitations and how are you going to authenticate them. So the moment I visualize a specific transaction and activities of user stories, what are the things an user can do, then I can keep writing, mapping this to each of those flow and see how the flow happens. So this flow helps me to bring in all those features and functionality and also prioritizing them. So can I say the beneficiary option would be the basic thing which consumer would give? I think initially, if I go back when actually net banking features were provided by the bank, the basic thing was just viewing the account. That was the given. Statement download was given. Otherwise, there was no opportunity to transfer money. There was no opportunity to do something beyond that. So now as we see today, the lot of flexibility has brought in with lot of new features, functionalities in the net banking or mobile banking options. So they evolve. So as they evolve, it is quite obvious we may require to keep adding those features, functionality by writing the user stories. This is how the enhancement happens. So overall, if you look at user story mapping helps in terms of understanding not just the user story of one transaction, associated transaction in the user story, what happens throughout the journey, that would help. So this will also support to understand and visualize what needs to be created to ultimately give that access to the user. So the end-to-end flow should be visualized, and also needs to be prioritization and has to be looked at as well. Now what are the advantages of user story mapping? So the advantages wise helps with prioritizing work, as I explained in an example. Similarly, the focus is on user value. The moment I click on web page www.abcbank.com, now the bank page will come. I will have an interface of login. I will go and click on login. Now from the point I open a browser and input that URL and then click on login, and login page comes in. How long it takes? So there are many things which is involved. The browser things are involved. The system from which the person is accessing is involved. So removing that part, so thinking that both of them are working well, and what should be the response from the server where this particular website is hosted. That experience needs to be looked at. So that's how you look at user value in that transaction. Now once I put a credentials, now how quickly the authentication happens. What are the checks the bank portal does to ensure that the person who is logging in is a genuine user. Is it just a password? Is there any captcha codes? Is there any OTP sent, or is there any secret code the person has to put in? So likewise, many things are involved while giving that experience to the user. So and today's user, if you just put in various different checks points, they understand because they are well educated. So why all those things like captcha or OTP scenarios came in? So these are came in because more and more informed the people has become, then their ability to hack also improved. So more and more levels added to ensure that only that genuine user will enter the user account. Similarly, when you visualize any product and user journey in the user's interest, what are the things which is going to create value, that needs to be understood. So only that experience will help for the user to realize the benefit. Then roadblocks are highlighted. So as we visualize this journey, so this will tell me, so what would stop me to move forward? Is there any concerns? Is there any constraints? Like for example, if you want to activate a beneficiary, but for some limited period, you can only send the limited amount of money. Why is that done? By chance, if the beneficiary is added by that individual who is not a genuine user, so we are actually holding it, right? So by the time that freezing time, whatever is given, so by the time the message goes to the actual consumer telling that there is a user activated like this, and if at all, if it is not a genuine user, obviously the person can call to the bank saying that this is not the beneficiary which I have added, there's something which is not correct. So they are giving that space. So how did they visualize this has to be done? So as we looked at the journey of adding a beneficiary, it's quite obvious when beneficiary is added, if by chance someone who is not authorized adds it. So who is going to disbenefit? Obviously user will be disbenefited. So that blocks, that constraints are visualized. Similarly, in making or creating that features functionality, what should be the basic features or in the product should be ready. Only then I can add this feature. Even that will be visible, right? So roadblocks will be highlighted and that those will be made visible so that easy for you to move forward, prioritizing and ensuring that it goes in the flow required to accomplish that value. So then ensuring team unity, because everyone will have a visualization, user stories and mapping reads a lot of discussion, brings the people to have a common understanding. So obviously that unity, the collaboration would come in. Focus on constant improvement. So improvement is the key. Whatever you do, you have just adopted a waterfall methodology, you have just adopted an agile, you write user stories, you raise epics, you bring in that various different methods to do something. Whatever you do, whether it is a product or a service or a process or a specific transactions, task, reports, whatever we make. So all that should help in terms of identifying the opportunities for improvement and making that improvements. That is very important.
Agile project management, as the name suggests, is a flexible approach to building a project. In Agile project management, the project is broken down into several stages or sprints. Agile does not work on the principle of delivering the final product at the end of the project. It works on delivering sections of a project or mini projects. The process of project management in the case of Agile is Agile based. So there won't be any central control of project manager as it was there in the traditional way of working. Before we move forward, let's have a look at the Agile development cycle. Agile methodologies consist of several small cycles or sprints. At the end of each stage, we get a mini project. There's a product backlog that explains new features, changes in the existing features, and several other improvements in the project. Then we have a sprint backlog, which has a list of tasks that are to be completed during each sprint. The sprint consists of planning, designing, execution, testing, and deployment stages. And at the end of each sprint, a mini project is delivered. With every sprint, new features are added to the product, which plays a significant role in the overall project growth. After all the sprints and early validation in the development, the final deliverable has a fewer chances of failure. Let's now have a look at some reasons why industries have started moving towards Agile project management. The first reason is high product quality. When we talk about high product quality, we refer to the build of the product as per stakeholders' demands. Testing is performed at short intervals of time wherever needed to ensure high quality of the product. Then another reason is customer satisfaction. Whatever is done in the project is known by the customer. The deliveries don't take longer durations as they used to take in the case of traditional ways. The changes may be provided by the customer in the execution phase of the project. Third reason is reduced risk. Since the project is divided into sprints, so if the risk affects one sprint, it doesn't mean whole of the project will be at risk. The process of risk analysis continues to take place with all the other processes. Another significant reason for Agile project management is better and faster return on investment. The project is now developed in several sprints and each sprint has its own version. Therefore, the project becomes market ready after a few sprints only. Since the projects can now be released with ease and in shorter duration, this helps the organization to stay ahead in competition with respect to other organizations which have still not moved to Agile methodology. Now we shall check the principles of Agile project management. There are 10 principles for successful Agile project management. The first principle is the satisfaction of the customer by delivering the project fast and with least number of errors. The next principle refers to decreasing the amount of time between the phase of planning and delivery. The third principle states that the team of managers and developers work together and increase the productivity of their work. The next principle states that the changes requested by the stakeholders can be taken into consideration and worked upon during the development phase as well. The fifth principle pays attention to the factor of coordination among the team members. Then the sixth principle refers to the process of monitoring and tracking the progress of the project at the end of each sprint and making amendments wherever needed. Moving on, the next principle states that there must be a feeling of trust and support towards the team to complete the project's objectives. The next principle emphasizes on face-to-face conversations with the development team. The face-to-face conversation helps in both solving problems and easy knowledge sharing. Then the ninth principle emphasizes on finding solutions and maximizing the amount of work done with simplicity. This ensures timely completion of tasks by all the team members. The last principle states that Scrum tools like Monday.com or Zoho Sprints must be used to simplify the complicated codes, which further helps in saving time.
Now with that, we have come to the end of our full course, and if you have any doubts or question, ask them in the comment section below and our team of experts is going to get back to you. Thank you guys for watching this video.